at the tail. But that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, break too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles are claimed, the cost is paid. Yeah, I carried the cross I made. Deal with the dealer. Baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead it to legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yeah. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears in my goal so near. I see my record so clear. It's a game, we break through. 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 It's a game, we break through.
Today I'ma wake up a new man, driving a new road, develop a new plan. I'll never be blue, man, whatever the view, man. Go to a new beach, give me a new tan. I'ma write down every single thought. Got goals on my wall, I win, I never fall. I've been gone for a minute, yeah, I had to be free. You want it, I got it, so tell me what you need. I'm unchained, unfazed, and unwilling. It's a new day, new world, we all winning. I'm up late, up early, I gotta get it. Keep working, now we gotta make a million. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it. Wake up, I'm on to the next. New day, I gotta do my best. Every day I put the work in, the grind never stop, you ain't never see me rest. See me on top, I never fall. I speak my truth and turn it to law. Do it for the drive, you know it's really my passion. Never gonna stop me, really I'll make it happen. I gotta get up and grab it. The money want me to have it. What more could I say, I'm top billing. I grew from the dirt, guess I had to make a million. I grew up, I swear I rose from the valley. Every day I put the work in, I gotta keep a tally on beat. Pockets stay heavy, when you see me don't leave. Falling days in the streets, had homies in the struggle. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross man's end. Stormy shore, shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no champion for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. It's a game, we break through. 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 not by speculation, but the position that I got. I climb too high to fall, work too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles are paid, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made.
What is going on, everybody? I am Danny Meringue. For those of you that don't know, I am here with Steve DeWalt and Adrian Burnett of Blazers Edge. Thank you all for joining us. I'm seeing some people already. Rom, hurry the F up. Yeah, well, technical difficulties on the very first time of running this show. So just a heads up, as we get the draft kind of underway, we'll be here till at least 6. And we'll just kind of go back and forth. So, guys, thanks for joining me.
Oh man, happy to be here. A little bit different than what we expected this was going to be, but
yeah. The plan was obviously to have some draft picks ready lined up and do some scouting and fits and that kind of stuff, but here we are.
yeah.
Adrian, how you doing? For those of you that don't know, Adrian is joining us from the lovely Down Under, where it's as he told me today is what was it in Celsius?
In Celsius, it's about 33 today. I just don't want to disturb people as you go into nighttime over there. I'm still going to be very much in daytime.
It's going to get brighter as it gets darker
Yeah.
here. Well, it won't get darker for me because I have a giant light that's washing my face out right now because apparently I'm just not good at lighting no matter what I do. But Adrian's will get brighter and Steve's will get darker as the night goes on. So
it's 11 a.m. at the moment, so we're just getting started on a Thursday. So we're from the future.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're already getting some questions in, and we'll definitely get to them right out of the gate. As far as what we have planned for the evening, this is definitely going to be an adjustment to say the least. As we go back and forth dealing with who picks what, who trades what. I'll have the trusty bat phone here to take a look and manage this stuff. So, but if you guys, 11 a.m., why is he awake? Yeah, well, I mean, everybody's dealing with COVID and stumbling out as it pertains to the world right now. First of all, I guess the first question I'll ask, do either of you guys expect Portland to get back into the first round?
Well, I mean,
I love how you both wait.
I mean, Houston. Houston's already traded the pick for those who have not seen already.
Yeah, to keep up the pick that was traded to Houston that got the Blazers. Robert Covington has already been traded to who?
The Pistons.
The Pistons. Okay, so the Pistons are trying to stockpile some assets, and we've heard plenty about the Pistons wanting to move up. So maybe they pair 7 with 16 to move up 4, 5. They apparently seem to really like LaMelo. God help them, but we'll see what happens there.
I would back to the Blazers question though. I don't see them getting back into the first round. I think this whole first round is going to be wild. I think we're going to see move after move after move after move. So maybe if someone does start really falling down the draft board, potentially they try to get back in, and we'll kind of see what the price is there. I think that those last 5 picks of the first round might be a little cheaper than probably the first 5 picks in the second round when you're not dealing with guaranteed money and you get to kind of negotiate your own deal. So it'll be interesting to see what the price range is for those picks.
Can I add a caveat? I think if Jay Scrubb is still on the board at say 31 or 32, I think we might see some movement. But if Jay goes in the 20s, then I don't think we'll be seeing anything until pick 46.
Steve, you've been diving in deep into this draft. Is there anybody you see as? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Is there a Jokic in this draft?
I think there's a couple guys and I'll stick in the European kind of thread of it. I think Poku is a guy, Pokusevski, that we've talked about quite a bit. He's kind of that 7-footer, really natural basketball player. Hit his growth spurt really late in life. Late in his teen years, I guess I should say. he's a guy who I could see really expanding that ceiling. And then also I think Leandro Balmero, his shooting's got to come around, but he's a small forward that is basically a point guard, sees the floor really well, played.
He's got to get 10 steps quicker.
Yeah, he's got to get a little quicker, but he does have experience at one of the toughest leagues in the entire world, playing in Spain for Barcelona. So I think he's one of those guys who could potentially exceed the expectations of his draft slot. But there's always somebody in the second round that ends up popping. Hopefully that person falls into Portland's lap, and I'm sure there's going to be someone in that range that's going to exceed expectations, like I said.
Look,
I mean, we do have a good track record in Portland with obviously with Gary Trent a couple of years ago, with Pat Connaughton, with Jake Layman. They do have an eye for being able to pick these guys further down the list and not finding the diamond in the rough, but picking out talent where there might not be.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. If you want to hear me echo the sentiment that I probably bludgeoned to death on the podcast regularly, I beat Olshey over the head for 2016. I've beat him over the head since 2015 about not making a move, not pursuing a guy that ultimately is going to be more impactful. They did that with Covington. But they've also got some guys over the years. I know everybody wants to, and even me, wants to beat on, moving up to get Collins and Swanigan and stuff like that. They really haven't missed based on their pick position. And this, I'm going to sound like a jerk, except for maybe Collins. I mean, that's as far as, and even then, it's not a miss. He's still, at bare minimum, as much as I beat up on him or everybody perceives, I've still called him a 6'7" man in the rotation regularly. I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but the staggering majority of players in the league aren't that guy. And I think that gets lost in this whole you're either a star or you're trash mindset. And Olshey's been pretty damn decent picking with where they've picked. They've had one inside the top 10 pick in the entire era, and it was Damian Lillard. Now, you could, if you want to split hairs and say they traded up to 10 with Collins and they had McCollum at 10, okay. But inside, how many organizations can say that basically over the last 9 years they have had one pick inside the top 10?
I think with the Collins trade as well, it's not Collins in a vacuum. It's the fact that you've got Donovan Mitchell and Bam and OG and all these players that came in the 10 to 15 picks after John Collins as well came after Zach. That makes it hurt a little bit more. If that draft was devoid of talent after pick 10, then it wouldn't have hurt so much.
Yeah, it's a totally different ballgame. I mean, it's the Darko situation with Detroit, really. I mean, Darko looks 10 times worse because you have Carmelo, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh coming after him in that draft.
He can't just not catch strays right now. It's like, oh, come on, man.
Well, he did go into fighting after his pro career, so.
Yeah, didn't he become a farmer now, though? It was either him or it was who was the big dude that Vince dunked over? One of those two guys became farmers. Pleiss, that's who it was. That game was literally the last game he ever played competitively. Did you know that? Vince Carter ducked him out of basketball.
God.
I can't imagine that. That's a hell of a tangent right now. But I'm really interested to see how this draft goes right now. Mm-hmm. Anybody in the chat right now, please let us know who you think is going number one. Who is going number one? Is it Anthony Edwards? Is it LaMelo Ball? Is it James Wiseman? Does Minnesota trade back? Let us know what you think. We'll come back to it. But so hold on to those. I know you guys are antsy to get them out.
Do we know does Minnesota know who's going to go number one? That's the question.
I mean, Khan's not there anymore.
Figure it out.
Khan's not there anymore, so they should, in theory at least, be better at this. So,
I think one person right now, if you're looking to follow on Twitter, if you're looking for insight into the Timberwolves, I got to give a shout out to my guy Dane Moore. He's been excellent covering them. He is dialed in with their front office, and I don't know if he knows, and he's pretty dialed in as far as what they expect. And I believe some of the rumors that are coming out is that Wiseman has not had a lot of contact with them, but I could be mistaken. It's all kind of a blur in that top 3 pick area. So, but I have been a LaMelo Ball detractor from the start, so we'll be interested.
I think we have at least 2 LaMelo Ball. I don't know about you, Adrian. You know what? Actually, I want to ask Adrian about this. Adrian, you're down in Australia. What was it like having both Ball and RJ Hampton down there in the NBL?
Well, I have to admit, I don't think I've actually watched a proper NBL game in probably 10 years.
How dare you? How dare you? The league that is the pride and joy of Mitch Creek.
Oh, it's just... hang on, look, we're producing the players. They're just not playing in our local league. Let's see how Josh Green goes today. But LaMelo Ball played in Illawarra, which is kind of like a regional town of New South Wales. So it's I always found it odd that he went to Illawarra. Like, he could have gone to Melbourne or Sydney.
For those not paying attention, that's Melbourne, not Melbourne. Melbourne.
No, not Melbourne. But yeah, he went to Illawarra, which is strange, which is kind of out of the way. I only saw highlights, but I mean, again, the translation between the NBL and the NBA is so wide, and judging how LaMelo goes playing for Illawarra as opposed to say playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves is an inexact science. So I'll be curious to see how he goes playing in the NBA and playing in America.
Nibble says, I hear Melbourne, and spelled it MELBUN, is nice this time of year, which I think is the correct spelling. And in Australia, you actually use less letters too, right?
Well, no, I mean, we do use proper amount of letters, but it is pronounced like he spelled it. So I guess you can get away with that.
So when you get the joy of editing some of Adrian's posts, you get used to a lot of
a lot of E's and Z's.
U's and Z's. You're gonna get a lot of Z's in there that are.
I'm just glad you're using Z and not Z. That's very encouraging because
I've been trying to get Z to happen in the United States.
It does sound objectively cooler.
Yeah, way better.
I mean, let's be honest.
I mean, I like to credit Pulp Fiction for
I was going to say Pulp Fiction.
Z is so much cooler than Z, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, if Pulp Fiction couldn't make it happen, nothing's making it happen. Let's be honest here. All right, let's take a few questions here. Credence 1900, do you think the Blazers find a way to get another pick? I do. I think they find a way to get a guy, because Scrub's not going to be there in the 40s. That's at this point in time, we know that. Peyton Pritchard will. Yeah, I'm going to get my Duck slander off. Fred VanVleet.
I think I could see Portland getting in there. I think we're going to start playing the game here real soon of roster spots.
Yep.
But I also think it's more common now, especially with that game and day restriction lifted for G League.
The two-way guys.
I could see them drafting that 46 pick as being a guy that you already have a tentative agreement on. Being
a Jalen Horde.
Yes.
The same thing they did with Jalen, except this time they have less restrictions on it. And by the way, that's not a small move, guys. Not having to send your guy back and forth and having him be with your team the entire season, even if there's only X amount of games they can play, having them with them and not having to go back and forth, having them in practice, being a part of everything, that is a major, major, major boom for these guys. I mean, I'm assuming you're in the same boat, right, Steve?
Well, especially for a team like Portland, where you do not have a direct G League affiliate, where it's one thing if the Warriors are sending guys to Santa Cruz and shipping
a block
them back
away,
and forth,
or the Lakers are sending them next door.
Exactly. Portland does not have that luxury there. I mean, they sent 2 guys back and forth to Dallas last year.
Well, we've had what? Fort Wayne. We've had Idaho, Dallas, Chicago.
Ant played for the Clippers, I believe.
Yeah, didn't we send somebody to Maine too?
I don't know if we sent somebody to the Red Claws.
I thought we sent somebody to the Red Claws a couple years ago. It's hard to keep track of because there's no consistency with who they send them to. It's usually if they're going to be on a road trip, they'll send them near that, like so they can pick them up on the way. And no, I'm not joking. That's exactly what they do.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Steve, can I ask you a question, Steve? If they move up, what kind of a deal are we looking at? Who are they giving up, or what are they giving up to move up? Into
I think if you're looking at the second round, it looks like the going rate right now is 2 second round picks to move up. probably 10 slots is what it looks like.
And teams are stockpiling picks right now, both at the back end of the first and the beginning of the second round. There's a couple teams that basically control everything from like 28 to 40 right now.
And as far as future picks go, I think you're already seeing a lot of teams really hesitate even trading away 2022 second round picks, because potentially you're going to be looking at a first round talent in 2022 if the double draft really does happen, and that's if they ease the restriction and high school players can make the jump right off the bat. But Portland has shown that they're willing to trade future picks. I mean, really, the 46 pick is one of the first second round picks they've naturally owned, I believe, since Jake Layman. So it's not uncommon for O'Shea to package them up and move them up. I don't know if we'll see if Portland is in position to buy a pick outright. I mean, it's a little bit different with Jody Allen in charge and Paul Allen in charge, I would assume.
Could there be a player? Could you see a Hazonia included in the package to move up, or?
I mean, I think you're probably using
I'm
a second.
scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I think you're probably using a second to unload Hazonia at this point. I mean, not to be mean, but
and he still is a body that's familiar with the system. And if you want to subscribe to the continuity idea set, it's one less guy you have to get baptized in, even if he is 13, 14, 15. And from what I understand, they still believe in him a little bit. There's
he seems like a Stotts guy. I mean, really, it's like, I know I'm a sucker for like the PR pictures that come out of the facility, but he's usually one of the last guys there, and he's on the tablet with Terry most of the time.
He's a basketball junkie.
And Nurk really likes him too. So
having another Balkan teammate definitely doesn't hurt him.
And look, say what you will, he did have his moments in the bubble.
Yeah,
he
he won them a game this year.
Yeah.
Joe made the joke that I think it was like the second or third week of the season last year. He's like, Mario Hezonja will win a game for the Blazers this year, and he did. So
How many did he lose for the Blazers?
Yeah. He won him a game. Okay. Dave Chandler says, going back to Z or Zed, Zed takes forever to say it's two sounds. Is it? Zed?
One syllable.
You'll get used to it. You'll be surprised how fast you get
I'm
used
not anti-Zed, by the way. I'm just saying. I just throwing that out there. Mr. Photon, who would be your dream pickup to complete the team with the MLE?
Ooh. Want to try out one of your fancy graphics?
Should I do it? I don't.
Do it. I think we're all thinking of the same person. I hope.
Are we though? We'll keep talking because I need to do one thing first because of the adjustment.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I should have been prepared.
Adrian, go ahead though. I think you were ready to say yours.
I mean, I've been saying this for months, but Jay Crowder has to be right at the top of the list.
We're all thinking the same person.
I know there's a small sample size. He had ridiculous shooting in Miami, not so much in Memphis, but he ticks so many boxes, especially with Covington on the team.
He definitely affords a lot of different things. The one thing that I kind of worry about now with the addition of Covington, and this is kind of the luxury, I guess, if you want to say that there is one of getting Covington. And I know it sounds crazy after I've literally beat this drum for so long about defense, but god dang, they need another playmaker. Covington is he's a play ender. He's not a playmaker. He's not great on the short roll. He's okay, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you have to squint a little bit to say, hey, they get Crowder. I mean, it's not a bad pickup. I think it
hasn't even been 48 hours, Dan, and you're already drunk on defensive wings. With
that's the thing, as I'm not. But who I really wanted was Gordon, because I thought the 3-and-D guys definitely easier to find. For everybody wondering why I'm looking off to the side, I'm doing the video and producing the show at the same time, so I have got other stuff over here that I'm trying to keep track of.
Dan, if you believe reports, they actually tried to get Aaron Gordon. They tried.
Oh, I know they did. I mean, there's a reason why I brought him up. That's kind of the idea, was like, that's not hard to see that fit happening. And
Do it. Mm. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, we've got an update from Woj. We've got a Woj bomb. So Bogdan plans to enter restricted free agency on Friday. So
Okay. Man, that
Giannis is just shaking his head, going, "What the hell are they doing?"
the Milwaukee, all the goodwill Milwaukee looks like they had. I mean, it's still getting Giroux is no joke, but it really looked promising with Bogdan there too.
I wonder why. I wonder why he's. I mean, was it the money that he was against, or the fit, or?
Well, I think he might want to drive his own free agency vehicle. I don't think it means the deal's dead though, because he could still circle back to a sign and trade if he wanted to.
It also means the Bucks still have Ilyasova and whoever else, DiVincenzo, whoever else they wanted to include in that trade.
They still getting me and Adrian, Dan? Okay, perfect.
Okay, we can keep talking.
Yeah. Okay. Dan's apologizing for every horrible take he's ever had. He said he's often too hard on Neil. He would like to be more like Neil O'Shea in his private life.
Zach Collins. He also just said Zach Collins was the best pick in the 2017.
Yeah, he said he's always been a Zach Collins guy. He does not like Donovan Mitchell at all. And he feels like they actually could have paid Evan Turner more. They go, Max Guy? He's saying Max Guy. I mean, you can't see it. He's kind of doing this ventriloquist.
You can read his lips.
Perfect.
Sorry, what was that, Dan? Give Mario a 10-year extension?
Yeah. Oh, geez. Trade Dame for LaMelo Ball. I don't see it coming. But.
Let's flip it back here. Let's see if the audio stays. Yeah, there we go. Apparently my audio only is working on this one, on this channel. So I'm going to need to stay on this one until I can figure it out.
That's no problem.
Are you going to walk back all those crazy takes you just made?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. You absolute monsters. That's what you know who would kill to have this ability right now is Joe. Joe would love to have. Thank you guys for staying with me there. I'm not sure why my audio's cutting out on the other page. I'll take a little break here in a little bit. Oh no, I got you, Leezy. I see you in there. Getting Ariza in the trading for Ariza in the 16. I mean, if there's a guy they really believe in and they want the money to fall off the cap for the Pistons, it's not a bad idea. If you're hitting hard reset, if there's a young guy you really believe in and you want to package up, 7 and 16? I'm not mad about that. That's a pretty decent pick. Sleepy Freaking Dev, this is pretty cool. Not gonna lie, nice job, guys. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Hopefully I'll be able to figure out what's going on with some of these scenes in the background. As some of you guys may know, I'm using Streamlabs to streamline this. I've got probably 30 different scenes that I'm alternating between, so there's probably a few connections that are still a little wonky. The downside is I can't test these unless I've got somebody going live. So I'm the test monkey as it pertains to this. I don't know. Let's kind of flip it back though, because I asked everybody in here, and I saw a few guys say that they believe that. Thank you, everybody, and again, people on YouTube, I do see you as well. I'm flipping back and forth when you see me look over here, so I've got the comment stream for both YouTube and for Twitch going at the same time. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. I almost accidentally banned a buddy of mine who was just in the chat, so sorry about that. If you get a message. Who do you guys think is going number one? Minnesota's obviously got that pick right now. I'll give you the option. Who's going number one, or is Minnesota traded?
I think Minnesota keeps the pick because I don't think anybody wants the pick. I don't think anybody wants to be number one. I talked about this in my post today. I think pick number 3 is where you want to be in this draft. You want to let somebody else make your mistake. So you want to just make sure you're going to get either Anthony Edwards, LaMelo, or James Wiseman. You don't want to be forced to make that choice. So I would say just for Minnesota, I think they keep the pick. I think they take Anthony Edwards and just roll the dice and try to make it work with D'Angelo and Cat. And, I know the dream for Minnesota is to get Devin Booker, but Booker might be a much happier camper with CP3 in town.
Which one of Edwards, Ball, Wiseman of the is Anthony Bennett? Because this draft reeks of 2013 to me. Yeah, you're right. It's number one's almost a poison chalice because you're almost certain not to get it right in hindsight.
Yeah. I mean, this is really, going back even to the 2017 draft, I think number 4 was kind of where I thought that Goldilocks range kind of was, where I didn't want to have to choose between Fultz, Lonzo, Tatum, and Josh Jackson at that time. I wanted to let the top of the draft work that out for me. And I think we see this every time there's not a clearly defined number 1 option in the draft. We are not going to have that problem next year. Cade Cunningham is the number 1 pick. So
barring a natural disaster, it's definitely Cade at this point. I'll say Edwards will be the first pick if Minnesota makes it, but I think Wiseman has the highest floor of all these guys. I think when we're talking about the way the NBA is now, if you've got size and you've got that level of athleticism, there's a lot of things you can do with it. And I know a lot of people pan the Ayton pick to Phoenix. There was other reasons that Ayton went there, tying back to the fact that he's an Arizona product and a local guy, and Sarver wants to sell tickets that way. Luka's still the right pick, best player available. But if you're looking to put somebody next to Booker, Ayton's a hell of a player. And I look at Wiseman and I go, listen, the athletic profile on this guy is pretty damn dumb. And I would hate to see him going to Golden State and getting the Harrison Barnes treatment. Except he'd be even further down the pecking order. And he's the kind of guy where he could really legitimately develop into an absolute stud. And I think, again, his floor is the highest of the guys. Usually you're looking at wings having the most, ceiling or the ability to raise a team's ceiling. But I think we're also swinging back into an era where the big man's importance is rising. Not just because of a prevalence of big men, but the skill level that big men are getting to. Nurk, Jokic, Embiid, Porzingis, they can all step outside or add something else to their game besides stay near the rim on both ends of the floor. And I think that's when you look at Wiseman, like, Steve, you look at Wiseman, are you afraid of him getting switched in a pick and roll athletically?
I mean, no, not right now. No, I think there's just athletically, no. There's some stuff he's got to tighten up.
Sure.
I do remember he was another one of the guys who was at the private practice we got to go to at the Nike facility last year.
Mm-hmm.
What I did hear him described as is he's kind of got some old man hips, and actually they called it white guy post move hips.
Yes.
So it's a very wide stance that isn't necessarily ideal, but that's more prevalent on the offensive end for him.
I don't think we're going to see him develop a post game. I don't think that's in his bag.
I think we'll see him on the defensive end. I think the problem is sometimes, as we got front row seats to it this year, is can he use that athleticism intelligently and not chase every block like one of the comparisons he gets a lot of the time is to Hassan Whiteside. Hassan Whiteside will chase every block, no matter positioning or what the defensive scheme actually should be at that time, and he's going to go after those blocks. And, that's going to be a lot of highlights. It's going to be great stats. I just don't know if it always translates to the win column. Wiseman still needs a marketable skill in the offensive half court, but he's going to be a hell of a role man. I think he kind of has a little bit of that Joel Embiid as far as running in transition. So I think he's going to get buckets, and just some of the finer points of his game are going to have to come around. But that's any big man that comes into this league.
The mechanics of his jumper don't look too bad. Especially,
No, he's got a solid base to work with.
Yeah.
It's not DeAndre Jordan out there. He shot.
He's got a nice mid-range game.
I was saying in camps and stuff like that, Steve. I don't know if you can remind me. Didn't he shoot like 81% from the free throw line?
Yeah, and there's also like a very strong correlation. And Kevin Pelton, I talked to him about this.
Free throw shooting, transitioning.
That free throw shooting, but also your EYBL stats tend to be more representative at the next level,
which is weird.
It's super weird because I didn't believe him at first until I went and looked, and he's like, and he knew I was calling BS on him. And he's like, no, really look at it. And I did. And of course, Kevin Pelton is absolutely right. Talented writer, ESPN, everybody knows him. But I go and look at that, and Wiseman's shooting numbers are very much better at that kind of the all-star AAU all-star level, those showcase type games. His shooting percentages are much better. And we really didn't get a chance to see him at Memphis. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he's worked on since he's been gone. And I would assume in a lot of those workouts, you're working on your shooting mechanics and stuff like that, because you just don't have the benefit of live action games a lot of the time.
So, I didn't mean to cut you off, Adrian. I was wanting to highlight that you brought up a good point with his shooting profile. It's not a broke boy jumper. I think it's a lot like DeAndre Ayton in the sense of you're not working with like just pure raw he can't hit anything stuff. It's a nice platform.
Steve. I've got a question. I've been following Kevin O'Connor of the Ringers coverage for the past few months, and he's wedded to Killian Hayes as the best prospect in this draft. I mean, I've watched highlights, but is he onto something, or is he a 5, 6, 7, 8 prospect? He's picking him number one in almost every mock draft.
I think he is the type of player that rises to the top of a draft class that doesn't have a defined top player, or even really a super defined tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. I think he does a lot of things really well, but I think his ceiling is a lot lower on arrival. At least the eye test is. I think for this type of season, I think he's one of those rare rookies that probably could play significant backup minutes as a point guard, because he does look like a floor general. He plays in front of the opposing defense. He's not a reactionary passer. So and when I say that, he's not just passing out of trouble. He's passing to get his teammates open and really set up the offense and run it how it's intended. That said, I'm not sold on his athleticism. He's a below the rim finisher. There's not a lot of tape I've seen where I'm like, oh, this guy can play through contact or draw fouls. He does have that pull up base that you want to see in point guards, but I don't know. I think Kevin's really onto something with him that he really likes. And I mean, he could be right. I think Kevin's really talented at what he does. I know he's kind of had a little bit of back and forth with Jonathan Gavoni in the last week or so over LaMelo Ball.
We can call him
Lamalo.
Really I like Lamalo.
Lamalo. I'm rolling with it. But that and Zed, I'm gonna get him sticking.
It's that kind of night, man.
I know. So, I don't know. The guards in this draft are really, really weird for me as far as I can talk myself into RJ Hampton being the highest ceiling guard in this entire draft. And yes, I mean that above LaMelo Ball. But we'll see. And Tyrese Halliburton has kind of just been lost in this shuffle where if you look at the numbers and the analytics, he's off the charts. He's off the charts catch and shoot guy. He can run the pick and roll. I mean, his synergy numbers are above 80% in almost every play type. And are
you concerned about his shot mechanics though? I just kind of have to do a double take every time he shoots.
I mean, it's just kind of it's the money ball type, argument. I think
you're buying low.
You're buying low at this point, but I think it's just it's that classic draft room where you have kind of the older school scouts. I think will just harp on that shooting mechanics, and then you have more of a new school analytics driven way of looking at it and going, well, everything works at every level that he's played at, it's worked at. Mm-hmm. And this was something that, I mean, going back to Anthony Simons, is one of the first questions I asked his coach at IMG was, did you ever try to change his shot mechanics? Because he has that mid-release. And he basically told me, like, point blank, he was making almost 50% of his threes. We were not going to change anything. Mm-hmm. And so that's more of what that's why I think he's going to work at the next level. I mean, I could be wrong, but his profile is so impressive.
We aren't allowed to hedge bets here, Steve.
I know. Well, okay, fine. I'm all in. I'm all in on Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, we're going to get to the Tyrese stuff already, huh? Yeah. Let's make sure we get to a couple questions here. Yes, Sleepy Freaking Dev KOC still has Killian as his number one. That was released a little bit earlier, I want to say about an hour ago. And yes, the Klay Thompson news. We don't know how bad it is. If you've seen me gone down on my phone here, that's kind of what I'm trying to find out right now is exactly what's going on with that situation. It's crazy. And also, thank you for putting that in there. The Bogdanovich trade to Milwaukee is off the table.
What are you thinking if you're Giannis right now?
Oh, boy. I'm going to kill Bogdan?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Does Milwaukee make the Giroux trade without having this one kind of in the bag? I don't know if the Giroux trade has officially gone through yet. I don't know if it's cleared league office. So
you would imagine, I don't know if they would invest that many first round picks on a pick like on a trade like that if you didn't know you were going to be picking up a young, more offensive minded player in addition
to it, because I wonder what this does.
I still don't think that. I mean, I know that there's news coming out on it, and there's a lot of people who know a lot more. But this deal isn't necessarily completely dead.
It's not dead, no. But it's not
Bogdan
good.
Could always circle back to a sign and trade, and yes, it would be weird to see him have a change of heart. But really, I mean, with Phoenix going down the Chris Paul route, unless they offload some other salaries, which they definitely could, I don't see, like, you're choosing between Atlanta, New York, and potentially Milwaukee. Or I mean, another sign and trade team could get involved, but I would still think Milwaukee would be at the top of your list, I would assume, but we'll see.
The question is, though, if he eventually does end up in Milwaukee, he's not creating a lot of goodwill with his new team by causing these many headaches. I just wonder what that does to his future teammates and with Giannis as well.
I mean, I think Anthony Davis and Kyle Kuzma get along. So, but who knows? I mean, I see what you're saying. It's definitely a valid point. I mean, the markets are definitely different in those two comparisons. But yeah, it's weird. I mean, you got to be stoked if you're a team like the Miami Heat, who's really banking on really getting in the Giannis sweepstakes next year. Really quick, back to Golden State. I think this really changes their approach potentially in the next 48 hours. I mean, I think Andrew Wiggins was probably a piece that was more likely to be moved. And now if you take Klay off the table, I think you're still going to need that perimeter threat there, even if you're playing Wiggins slightly out of position. So definitely bummer news. I mean, I love beating the Warriors, but you never want to see it like this. I mean, it's
no, and that's the thing that sucks, man, is you don't want to see it like that.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, Golden State still has a lot of weapons, and hopefully this isn't serious with Klay. And I'm real hesitant to speculate too much until I know Dan's digging into it right now, but really until we get a diagnosis and some test results back, I want to be hesitant on this. But this is also, in the greater scheme of things, it's a couple of things come to mind. When you play at that high of a level and you're playing that many postseason games, it is taxing. These guys add up miles in a hurry. And I guess the second thing is this is why it's so impressive of what a guy like LeBron James
who's done 17 years of this.
Yeah, and it's just great because guys typically do not hold up to this level of wear and tear.
No, and I'm not going to speculate on Klay's injury, but it's hopefully we get good news. Let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
To play devil's advocate though, does a team of Steph, Wiggins, Draymond, insert potentially Wiseman?
That's still a top 4 or 5 team.
Yeah.
I mean, I know before everybody loses their mind about Draymond playing like crap last year, he mailed it in. He unabashedly mailed it in. He did not care. I have my issues with Draymond, mostly with him kicking people in the balls and saying he couldn't control his own legs. And then all of a sudden he stopped when basically everybody else in the league told him knock it off and we're going to get it right back. But he's a primetime hooper. I compare him to Rondo in the sense that Rondo does not give a crap about the regular season. But playoff Rondo is a real player. Primetime Draymond Green is a real player. When this chips are down again and Steph's out there working in a pick and roll and a short roll, and let's say that it's not like they don't have the utility to go swing a deal for somebody. They could go trade Wiggins for, insert player here. What about taking a pile of draft capital off of Thunder and getting that draft capital and Kelly Oubre?
Kelly Oubre.
Does Steph, Oubre, Draymond, Wiseman, does that sound like a pretty good damn team? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not hard to see the Warriors just be like, yeah, no, we can listen, I don't want to see Klay go down. Klay's like the one Warrior that I just unabashedly adore. And it's not just because of his awkwardness. I just love his game. He just goes out there and cooks dude. Granted, the moment Zach Collins had against him was unabashedly hilarious. I am all about that. But
I mean, and really too, I mean, last year with all the struggles that Golden State had, and not to turn this into a Golden State cast, but you're hoping
baby.
You're hoping Jordan Poole learned something in his added experience.
Eric Paschall.
And that's the guy I was going to hit on.
Yeah.
I think there's a potential you can put out a bunch of athletes onto the floor and really play that positionless style basketball with Pascal and Poole and Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins
and beat the hell out of people.
And potentially Wiseman. You can add Wiseman to that list, or even potentially LaMelo Ball at his size. I could see him, being able to play a really switchy style, even though he didn't play a lick of defense in Australia.
I've seen Colby and a few others, I think, put this in there as far as a sign and trade with Hassan Whiteside. I've said this before on Twitter, and I've said it on the show before. if Hassan Whiteside is involved in a sign and trade that gets something Portland remotely positive, I will do something wildly stupid on air because I don't think there's a chance in hell that happens. If somebody wants Hassan Whiteside, they'll go out there and they'll go get him. I just don't think there's anybody out there who's like, yeah, we really want him, but we can't get him unless we go sign and trade. Boston would be the only team, and there's no way they're giving him the money necessary to offset like a Gordon Hayward in the trade.
Which team with cap space is going to sign Hassan Whiteside? Are we talking Knicks? Are we talking Hornets? Are we talking...
I mean, I think the better question would be what team is ready to give Hassan Whiteside a full MLE? Like,
I think that's the max that he'll see.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's just a market for
it.
it. I mean,
it
only takes one. It only takes one.
Yeah. But I mean, just those teams. I mean, the two positions that the Hawks obviously have a little bit different talent pool than the Knicks, but the Knicks have Mitchell Robinson. They have their Hassan Whiteside. The Hawks made a trade for Clint Capella, and it sounds like they really like him and like what he can do going forward for them. So I just don't see the teams with cap space doing it. That doesn't. I mean, but there's always teams that are right.
Somebody's going to sign him. There's always going to be a team that comes up short somewhere, and it's not like he's bad enough he's not going to get signed. It's nothing like that. And I can't remember who said it the other day. Somebody else called it. He's the. Was it O'Connor? I can't remember. It was somebody else listened to.
Hollinger called him the best
stopgap. That's who it was. Yeah, it was Hollinger.
Yeah.
He's the best stopgap center in the league. Yeah, unabashedly. Yes, he is. Mm-hmm. If you want a big man who's going to gobble up every damn rebound, attempt to block every shot, lock off the paint, and play drop defense no matter what the hell you want him to do, yeah, you have to build your team around that and know that he is not coming outside the paint. He is not getting out to the free throw line. And if he does, pray. Switch already because it's going to be a layup or a three. But he's a fantastic shot blocker. If you try to drive on Hassan Whiteside, you are certifiably stupid. You have got to give him a pump fake. You have got to give him something. If you've got to go out right or out left or pull up, you can't go at that man's chest. There's like 3 guys in the league who have the physical profile to go at his chest, and they're Kawhi, LeBron, and Giannis. That's it. You have got to be a tank to go through him and go at his chest. Otherwise, he's going to send your shit back. That's what he does. So
let's put Joel Embiid on that list too.
That's true. Okay. But again, we're talking about the most physically dominant dudes in the league. Because Hassan Whiteside and to an extent, or a slightly lesser extent, Yusuf Nurkic are the heavyweights in the league. I mean, when you talk about the biggest dudes in the league, it's what? Drummond, Nurkic, Hassan, Embiid, Gobert?
Boban.
Oh, yeah, we're talking rotation, guys. Come on now. I mean, we're talking. Yeah, Taco and Kristaps are in their own just absurd world. There's nothing you can do with that much length. It's just,
dude, Taco Fall will break your brain when you see him in person.
It's frustrating.
When I was at Summer League last year, your whole week that you're there, or 2 weeks if you stay the full time, when you're that close to the players, you get used to being around guys between 6'5" and 7 feet tall. And then Taco Fall walks in and makes all those guys look smaller, and it messes with. It's crazy how it will mess with your brain. Like I was just standing staring at him from press row, not even paying attention to what I should have been for at least 2 to 3 minutes because of it. So it is wild how big he is.
Let's see. I'm trying to go through all the questions here. David Chandler, I know I've seen you in here plenty, and feel free to drop a doodle. A lot of stuff I've seen, I'll kind of tie it back here. Rodney Hood, we'll kind of bring it back to the Blazers. I think a lot of people were caught by surprise with Hood opting out. Steve can attest to this. There was some disruption over whether or not Hood's birds rights were actually real. Because of when the trade was first consummated, Woj had it incorrect, Shams had it incorrect. I believe the team didn't announce it, and then locally and nationally, I couldn't get a straight answer. So I operated on the assumption that the team did not have those bird rights. They do. They have his early bird rights, which means
Early
they can give
bird
him up to 175% if they bring him back. This is twofold, at least for me. This is good news in the sense that they can come back to him and go over the cap if they want to bring back a guy if they somehow swing and miss with the MLE. I firmly believe that on Friday we will have a very quick answer as to who the Blazers sign with their MLE. Tampering doesn't exist this year, so take that for what it's worth. That's a for what it's worth.
You're saying the deal's already done, essentially.
Yes. When Friday hits, Woj's phone is going to be the auto send is going to be nuts. I would assume that within the first 15 minutes, pretty much all of the top level guys are going to be done. That is unless something league wide happens. It's crazy, or like a Houston fire sale that saw Robert Covington become available. But as it pertains to Hood, the Blazers can go back and basically they can offer him $10 million a year. Now, as I understand it, just kind of talking to folks around the league.
We've got news on Klay Thompson.
Well, wait, it's not verified yet.
Yeah,
so
it's not. Yeah, that's why I was hinting at it not being.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, you can go find it out there. I'm not going to talk about it on here. I'm still waiting for that confirmation. I'll say it doesn't sound good.
Sorry, I jumped the gun on that one.
No, trust me, I get it. I know there's plenty out there right now that I'm hearing that it doesn't sound good, but hopefully,
as far as the quickness of deals, though, getting back to that, I think this year with everybody dealing with COVID, it's not like you're flying guys in to look at your facilities and do just kind of that dog and pony show.
You got to get them in.
Yeah, you basically are doing your free agents courtship is over the phone or over Zoom. I mean, I would assume in most parts, and I think that it'd be crazy if a higher profile free agent was on the market right now to see how that would be navigated. But I think that plays into, I think it's twofold. Obviously, I think tampering has been relaxed from what I've seen and what Dan's alluded to. But I think there's just not having to do the travel portion of this is going to be a huge factor in all this.
Yeah, I think the thing with that, as far as the signing goes, guys want to get stuff figured out, especially this year. As it pertains to Hood, the understanding is that there's a bit of a handshake agreement that he wasn't going to opt into this deal, that it was just there as a backup. The Achilles tear probably causes some issues as far as what he looks to do. But I think that the reason he opts out is because, one, he wants the years. He may not get that opportunity to get another one again as far as a longer-term deal. The other part of it is Portland, because it's on the frontier, so to speak, in the NBA, they do have to do these favors. If you can't put A and B to equal C and figure out that Carmelo Anthony starting as a small forward in the NBA playoffs wasn't by design, but by necessity of promises made, I don't know what to tell you. Because he's not a small forward in this league. He hasn't been a small forward in this league for 5 years. The same is true with Rodney Hood. Not that he's not a small forward, just that there's a handshake agreement that, hey, you come here on this deal and you put this player option on the back end, you opt out of it, but we get your bird rights, and then we can come back and offer you more for taking less now. So I think when it's all said and done, there's a very strong chance that Portland uses the MLE. They might even use the BAE. And then they'll get a couple vet men guys to round it out, your Tollivers and your Hazonians that you saw last year, your Pau Gasols. And then they'll come back and they'll get Rodney Hood, and they'll get within a couple dollars of that apron. They will be right there. They'll be in the tax, though.
Sorry. I know we're close to the start, but I just wanted to touch on Paul Millsap, given that there were reports earlier in the week that the Blazers had some interest in Millsap. How are you guys feeling about that? Obviously it depends on what kind of money they spend on him and whether it is the BAE. But how would you guys feel about a Millsap in Portland?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna. Oh, you like it?
No. I would say go ahead.
I would say this. I still believe this. I mean, obviously, winning is the number one thing. Maximizing Damian Lillard's prime is the number one thing. I would say this one of the biggest decisions Portland faces going into this season into next is what can they expect from Zach Collins? How can they maximize his potential? And tying that into Paul Millsap is this. I think the best minutes we've seen from Zach Collins are minutes that he shared alongside Ed Davis. And I think potentially putting Paul Millsap in a role where he can play alongside Zach Collins and let him do a lot more of the dirty work and let Zach really focus on the strengths of his game, I think is a very attractive option for Portland, and putting Zach in the best position to succeed and maximize his potential and become the player that they hoped he would become. That's my main attraction for Paul Millsap in the regular season. In the postseason, I would say I think he's one of the few guys that can really bother Anthony Davis for an extended amount of time. Well, I wouldn't say extended amount of time, for bursts. And if you can get that in the postseason for a potential matchup with the Lakers, I think that's a huge gain. And I think that's the type of moves that winning franchises make. And Portland really hasn't been in that position. So much of Portland's moves are always you're filling holes to, sail a ship through the regular season. And I think that next step of becoming like a really legitimate contender would be adding those specialty type players and matchup specific type players. And I think Paul Millsap would definitely be in that vein. And it would definitely be an announcement, especially if they use like the BAE or find money to use them, that they're announcing that this is we're going to put all our chips in and give Damian Lillard the best chance to get to an NBA Finals during his prime in Portland.
I mean, I agree. If they're using the BAE to sign him, then absolutely. If they're eating into the MLE, then I'm a little concerned, because I think that money could be best spent elsewhere. Someone who's a bit younger and a bit more in the who can make a bigger impact on the team.
I think we should hedge our bets, though. I think if some of these top level guys are gone, I think using a portion of the MLE is not the worst case scenario. I think for me, obviously, I would like Crowder or Gallinari. I think if you move into that next tier, I would not mind seeing them use portions of the MLE to go get, in combination, a guy like Glenn Robinson III and a Paul Millsap, and bring both of those guys in. I think if you're using that MLE, even a portion of it for Millsap, as long as it's addressing another need or addressing a position of need, I think that's how I'd like to see them approach that, if that top tier level of MLE players is not available to them. Perfect. I can't wait. Bummer. All right. So, okay.
So it's going to be stubborn for some stupid reason, which is kind of lame, but whatever. I'm back to where they should be able to hear me now. Okay. So I'll do this on Millsap. I think Millsap's a good signing. If they get him for the BAE, I'll take him in a heartbeat. I saw some people, he's old, he's washed. Did you see the numbers he put up last year? Oh, you mean the numbers that Zach Collins has never put up in his entire career? Those numbers. I get people see what people see in Zach. That's not what I'm knocking. But if you're talking about competing right now, do you want to spend the time on development, or do you want the guy who needs to be out there to be out there? I love Ant. I love him to death. I think he's going to be a stud. But if they're talking about legitimately competing, I'm not going to be the one out here campaigning for Ant to get 28 minutes a night. You're just not going to see me do it. And I love the guy. There's a difference between a veteran play-now player and a guy you're working to get more out of. And if they got Millsap, that kind of works as your short role playmaker. You put him at the 4 with Nurk. You put Covington at the 3. Dame, CJ, Covington, Millsap, Nurkic. That's a pretty good starting lineup. Zach Collins as your first big off the bench. You can kind of plug and play. Millsap at the 4, Zach at the 4, Zach at the 5, Millsap at the 5, Rocco at the 4, at the 3. That gives you a crap ton of flexibility. Let's say they got Crowder and Millsap with the MLE and BAE. Are either of you mad that the Blazers got Covington, Crowder, and Paul Millsap? Because their front court rotation just got to be the best it has literally been in the Damian Lillard era.
I mean, as nice as it would be to see Millsap start, I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, God, no, it's not going to happen. Zach Collins is starting, barring a miracle of God.
Yeah.
It's just, that's how it's going to go. Oh, and we are getting what appears to be our first pick in. Or is this Silver just welcoming us in? Let's get some oh no, Minnesota is on the clock.
Jesus, what were they doing for the last 30 minutes?
So we have, I mean, Twitter is telling us who they picked, but should we wait for?
Oh no, if we got him, we
from a blue check mark, let's roll.
Yeah.
So John Krasowski of the Athletic is saying, barring a trade, Anthony Edwards.
Okay, well that's fine. He's the Minnesota beat reporter for the Athletic. Yeah. So Anthony Edwards goes number 1. I don't think that's really a shocker to anybody else. We could see somebody come in here last second and maybe offer a trade. But that's the safest pick, right? Yeah,
I would say for a team that already has a dominant center, that is the safest pick. And just a quick profile, Anthony Edwards, kind of the high usage Russell Westbrook type player at Georgia last year, really thrived under Tom Crean, who came over from Indiana, did not have a natural point guard in his first year. That's why you see a guy like Nick Claxton, who was drafted last year by the Nets. He was basically a center that played point guard. Edwards stepped into that role, put up some monster numbers, 19 points per game, 5 rebounds, almost 3 assists, a steal per game. Not the highest efficiency numbers, but you know, that is the big question at the next level is, can he tighten up that efficiency and remain effective in a lower usage type role? He'll certainly have the opportunity to do that next to D'Angelo Russell. He's going to have to adapt to not having the ball in his hands. And it's really interesting to see what they do with last year's first round pick, what they do with Culver. Or is Culver 2 years ago now? My brain's mush. But anyway.
It all blends together.
Yeah, Jarrett Culver is another guy who's kind of very similar mold, not necessarily the scoring profile that Anthony Edwards has, but you know, Minnesota is stockpiling those, you know, those talented primary ball handling type players, and even if they're not thriving with Minnesota down the road, those are the type of guys that could potentially turn into positive trade assets for them. But,
all right, AJ, I'm going to hold you for a second. We've got Nate Mann ready to come in, and he just left. He just left the waiting room, and
said, "I've had enough."
Yeah, hold on. Let's see if we can get him back in.
I'm just going to ask Steve quickly: is there any chance that Edwards is Anthony Bennett?
I don't think so. I think he will. His scoring profile and his athleticism is just too high, and especially being a score guard right now in this era of the league. I think he has too many skills. Even if he turns out to be, you know, good stats, bad team guy, I think there'll always be a team that's going to bite on him. I think he's a guy who's going to stick around in the league for a while.
Colby says Edwards equals Wiggins. I'm going to disagree with that one. Edwards can shoot the ball. More than Wiggins.
Yeah.
Wiggins had zero shooting profile coming into the league.
But I see the comparison as far as decision making on offense. Like that's something.
Oh, you mean this?
Edwards is going to have to expand the blinders or be more judicious on the offensive end. I think that I see the comparison there, but I think Edwards definitely has a higher ceiling as being, you know, a 3-level scorer, especially, you know, that beyond the arc level. But
who's trading for him? I mean, obviously Krasinski's saying
the Wolves have been shopping this pick since day one.
Yeah.
They've never wanted this pick. Now, I don't know why they would take Edwards if they were trading it.
Yeah, I would say the most tradable asset would be Wiseman.
Was Wiseman. There's 4 or 5 teams that want Wiseman, which tells you all you really need to know about the top 3 players. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's Nate. All right, guys, give us about 2-3 minutes. Hopefully, I'll have everybody back in. I got to make a few adjustments to these scenes. Maybe I can get the audio fixed on the other scenes, and then we can have all 4 of us. Stay with us, and we'll be right back. Boop! I even have a be right back symbol.
Oh, I don't have to do my makeshift.
status, I'm a big dog, bitch. I pull up on the block, in a
Shane
big
has just
dog,
confirmed
bitch.
it.
Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. 12 ask him better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come out the pound, so we big dog. Heavy paddock on me, break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to live, dog. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bitch. I pull up on the block, in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bitch. I pull up on the block, in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Jakes, fall in line. Yeah. We got sticks like it's Columbine. Yeah. Running up the dollar signs. Yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow kinds. Yeah. Bring up like the Taliban. Ooh. That's my paper, don't you bottom mine. Yeah. Heavy paddock on me, break my wrist off. Yeah. Phew. Yeah. Lift off. I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bitch. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bitch. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah.
Today I'ma wake up a new man, driving a new road, develop a new plan. I'll never be blue, man, whatever the view, man.
All right. Hopefully this one works. Welcome in Nate Man. I don't know if he can hear us quite yet. I see his mic isn't quite on, but I see his video's on. I guess this is going to be the test here, is whether or not this is actually going to work. So I apologize, everybody, if some feedback comes in, because I don't know if this is going to work. So please, God, let it work. Nate, you there? We got you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go. All right. Well, you kind of get to cheat here. But who did you have going number one before the presumptive pick was made?
I think I was leaning more towards LaMelo than Anthony Edwards, but it was really up in the air. Just, I mean, Timberwolves kind of need whatever you draft for best player, and it's not as clear in this draft. So I had LaMelo top of my big board, but Anthony Edwards was the pick.
I appreciate your honesty, Nate. You could have really got away with one there, bud.
All right, well,
I swore it was going to be Patrick Williams for you, bud.
is Nate the Patrick Williams truther like me?
No. Nate keeps me grounded on my Florida State takes. So shout out to him. He did an excellent job on both the previews for Vassell and Patrick Williams. But he's definitely the Seminole whisperer.
Hey, listen, there is nothing wrong with taking stupidly athletic dudes who profile defensively very well in the lottery. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, if they're from Florida State, then it doesn't matter who they are for Steve.
Nope.
Oh, there's Woj. It is going to be Wiseman to Golden State. They are not trading the pick. It appears they are going to, as Woj likes to call it, laser in Let's do a quick roundup. Just go around the clock here. Steve, what's the draft grade?
I think we could look back here, and this could be their Tim Duncan moment. I think this could be the start of a next dynasty for them. I think the sky is the limit for James Wiseman if he can put it all together. He definitely has all the physical tools. If he can kind of craft some of those skill sets on the offensive end and kind of get a go-to move down there outside of being a roll man, I think you're looking at a player that extends Steph Curry's playing career and potentially just ushers in a whole different playing style in Golden State and is a centerpiece you can build around for years to come.
Adrian?
I think it's a perfect fit. I don't know whether he's the second best player in the draft, but he's definitely the best player for the Warriors. I'm just hoping that I'd love to be a fly on the wall in LeVar Ball's living room right now to see how he's reacting to the fact that LaMelo still hasn't been picked up. That would be entertaining. And if we can get a live stream of that on this, I would definitely be all for it. But yeah, no, I think Wiseman makes perfect sense. He plays a position of need, and he's got so much potential. It's an absolute no-brainer.
Nate?
I think I'm a little lower than Steve is as far as I think it's a good pick, but I don't know.
I thought we liked athletic people here. Where are we going,
Yeah.
Nate?
I do like athletic people, and I don't want to go to that trope of that he didn't play in college, so therefore you don't know how he's going to project, because it's pretty clear that he has the skills and can develop. And I definitely think Golden State's a great place for a player to develop, especially right now. So I think that's
Especially
a really
big
good
man
pick
right
for
now.
them. Yeah.
Sorry, so we've got a third pick through as well.
Hold on that real quick. Let's get Nate's up.
So Shams is saying that LaMelo Ball. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't think he'd go here. We'll circle back on that. Go ahead and finish your thoughts on Wiseman there.
Oh, that was pretty much it. I was just saying that the Tim Duncan moment comparison was getting me.
Oh, come on.
But I think it's a great pick for them.
I mean, it's not hard to see this being that moment. It's not. Again, Tim was a generational player when he was drafted. He Andrew Luck of basketball. Like, you knew unequivocally, not just athletically profile, skill set. Tim Duncan came in the league as a defensive player of the year candidate. He came in the league with a bevy of post moves and counter moves and was instantly one of the top 3 or 4 rebounders in the league. Wiseman projects to be a physical force. He's built like a truck. I mean, he is an absolute beast. Now, he's not Vernon Carey Jr. physical, but I think when you go that far on the physical profile, you lose a lot of the basketball nonsense.
Well, I want to be clear. I'm not saying he is Tim Duncan.
I'm not. But I'm backing you up here. I am.
It's a Tim Duncan-like moment.
No, exactly.
It's the one year they dropped to that portion of the draft, and they nail a can't miss big man. Now, he might not be like a can't miss prospect in general terms. Like, even going back to 2 years ago, I still take Ayton over Wiseman, but if I'm looking for a big man, I think there is an argument between Bagley and Wiseman. So I think this is the moment that they drop down. They pick up a player that fits potentially with them, that can really extend, a high level of play beyond, their current star's career.
Yeah, no, and this is the thing that pisses me off about the Warriors. They've seemingly tanked twice now and gotten that player that they needed. Before it was Harrison Barnes, and now it's, James Wiseman.
Well, and also even going back further, this is another spot where potentially the Wolves making the wrong pick is going to really help them out. So I think that context is important here. Did we cover it sounds like Woj is focused, that the Hornets are focused on LaMelo Ball?
Yeah, no, that's what we're gonna get to. That's what Adrian had. This is very dumb. They have Devontae Graham, they have Terry Rozier, and I do not believe in LaMelo Ball one bit. I don't think he has the mental makeup. I don't think he has the profile. He is a passing savant. That he is. He's also 6'8", but he's not Sean Livingston, even Sean Livingston after the knee surgery. He's not this explosive level athlete. That Ball family, they all play below the rim. It doesn't matter how big you are if you don't have the burst to go with it. You better be really big. If you're wing big and you're dragging your leg behind you, it doesn't matter. And I look at LaMelo and I just go, nah, you can't shoot. Of all people, Robbie Hummel was on Jeff Goodman's podcast the other day, and he said, if you're a point guard or a lead guard in the NBA and you can't shoot, over the last decade, what have you done? There have been two guys who you can look at and be like, yeah, they figured it out. And Andre Miller is a, top 10 assist guy all time? And Sean Livingston is a freak. Charlotte just stays making dumb moves. Like, I know you need two partners to trade, but trading back for, fight on Onyeka Okongwu was the way I would go here. Onyeka is the guy I think is the safest of the remaining guys here. If you wanted to swing for the fences, fine. But I don't, as much as people are like, oh, LaMelo's swinging for the fences. I think it's swinging for the infield. I do not buy Ball family players in the NBA. Lonzo's capable, but I don't trust LaMelo.
What do the Hornets do next season? What do they do with Rozier? Are they going to move him? I mean, you can't have. You're not bringing LaMelo off the bench, so. And for the money they're paying Rozier, they're not bringing him off the bench either. And there's no way Devontae Graham's not starting. I'm curious to know what James Borrego has to do next year because
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, you're anti LaMelo, so.
Yeah, well, but I also think I think if I want to like just really stretch to find something positive here for Charlotte, if this takes them out of the market for Russell Westbrook, then this could be an excellent pick.
Okay, so I can buy that. You know what's going to happen though? They're going to trade him for Russell Westbrook.
I don't know. That's like I don't know.
Nate, what do you got?
Titanic at that point.
I mean, same thing. Charlotte didn't need another guard. I feel like thinking back to like why they have Rozier, that it was just so that they would get something back for Kemba. I don't know exactly if it was needed, but I can see them making a trade, hopefully not for Russell Westbrook, but I can see them making a trade now that they have three guards who could maybe get something in return for. But that's the only reason I see making this pick. It doesn't fit with their team, and with how close the talent is in some of the players and possibly the ability to trade down, I don't think there was really a reason to take LaMelo as like the best player available pick.
Yeah, I hate this pick. I absolutely hate this pick. I want Charlotte to get their head out of their ass, if I'm being bluntly honest. PJ Washington and Bridges are two guys that I really like. I think those are high-level role player guys when they hit their peak. They need the star still. There's no doubt about that. Does LaMelo Ball strike any of you in your wildest dreams of being even a type B player? Type A being your no doubt star. Like, do any of you see him coming anywhere near a top 25 player in this league?
If he can't start for the Illawarra Hawks, then I'm really concerned.
And to that point, Steve and I talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. It's probably going to end up being better for him and RJ in the long run that they went down there and got their skulls kicked in, because it's a grown man's league. And you talk about there's only so many guys that everybody talks about. LaMelo grew up playing against older guys. No, that's playing against older kids. You go to a professional league, the Spanish ACB league, you go to Australia, those guys are going to elbow you in your face and you're going to feel it. You don't have the body yet unless you're a Zion or unless you're a god tier athlete like John Morant. Those guys could go down there and hang. That's few and far between. A Cade Cunningham, who is just an absolute freak. But if Amani goes down there or Chet goes down there, they get murdered. They get murdered in the same way that RJ and LaMelo do. You have to be physically ready to play in that league. This is a long way of saying, I think that's a good thing for him. And regardless of how their performance down there, both in the growth level as far as basketball, but the physical maturity of understanding of what it's like to play at the next level. Not just the speed, but the pure and unadulterated physicality. I joke about Mitch Creek, but anybody listening who doesn't know who Mitch Creek is, go Google and watch, like, after this. Stay here. Don't go anywhere.
He plays for my local team. He plays for the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix.
That man looks like he's killed 13 people. And he is a physical dude. I've seen him at, like, I want to say 4 summer leagues, and every time it's like Charlie Sheen showing up in the first major league. Like, where did I pick you up? California Penal League? You know, that's every time I see Mitch Creek, and I'm like, that's every single person in the NBL. They're all like 6'6", 6'8", 245, jacked with this, you know, razor blade haircut, looking like a bunch of wannabe Tom Hardys who want to just crush your brains every time they step on the floor.
Dude, there's a lot of shot fired. We started so good on our love for Australia. There's some serious shots fired.
That's not shots fired. Like I mean, that's how it is in that league, man. I mean, it is a physical league. You're not going down there and getting pace and space, baby. It's late '80s pick and roll ball.
Yeah. You can hear the hits from the first row, from the 3 or 4 is right back. It's brutal.
No, this is the league that bore, you know, the emotions of Aaron Baines and Steven Adams. Like this is the gladiator arena these guys are kind of built upon.
It did turn Patty Mills back into an NBA player though. It did. Patty after Portland came home and then went to the
got in shape, yeah. And then because when he left Portland, not to get too off track here, there was a worry that he may not stick around because he couldn't stay in shape. Now that man, if you want some fun, go follow him on IG. He's flashing that 6-pack everywhere. Good for him. Shout out the fatties that become skinny.
Real quick, I want to get back to LaMelo. I want to talk to Nate because Nate, when we started this whole process, I mean, months ago when we were talking about our big boards, there was 2 players that I think we disagreed on outside of the Florida State stuff that we joke about. I think I was much higher on James Wiseman, and I think Nate had a pretty measured approach with LaMelo Ball that I listened to what he had to say, and I think he made a lot of good points, and I wanted to hear Nate's projection on where he sees LaMelo Ball possibly in 3 years.
So I don't know about in 3 years, and I think Dan made a good point earlier about him being like a type B player, that even if he reaches that point, his specific skill set needs the right player to complement him with. And so I think that makes it even more difficult to build a team with him as a leader or a co-leader versus like a more adaptable wing who you can really slot in a guard or a big or another wing with. So I think that makes it difficult. But I'm trying to think of, or I really focused on skills that you can develop quickly in the NBA or things that people have proven to develop quickly versus not so much. And I was really emphasizing passing when I was thinking about those skills. I feel like not a lot of players develop into great passers, at least at the rate that they can develop shooting or try harder on defense at the NBA level versus what they did before. And so that's where I kind of separated LaMelo from the rest of the pack. And again, it was so hard to rank the top couple guys in this draft. And if he was in another draft, he wouldn't be cracking probably top 5 even. So I think it was more situation and then skill set. And I also want to jump in and just say that Patrick Williams just got drafted number 4.
I was going to say, let's just stick with
Patrick Williams this year.
Go ahead, give us your Patrick Williams spiel, and then I'm going to beat Steve over the head with more of it.
Well, he's young. I think they said he was the youngest, at least, player coming out of college in this draft, which is just every NBA team loves. I feel like ever since the Buddy Hield draft, when he dropped, even though he was the best player in college, just because he was 22. And then crazy athletic. He's got some questions with his defensive versatility. And again, with NBA training programs, I think that's something that can develop. I just think that every skill that you need from a wing today, he at least has the foundation for, and he didn't get a whole lot of playing time as I think the 6th man at Florida State, but he just has the foundation. And I think those are things he's going to develop. And I'm pretty sure his coach had some good words about his development and his work ethic, and that's great to hear.
Yeah. In the NBA, college coaches are going to gas their guys up, but they're not going to BS them to the point of overselling a guy, because that hurts them in the long run. If a guy has a crappy work ethic, it's going to be known. Williams was a guy who showed up, and the first thing he asked the Florida State coaching staff was how he could be better defensively. There's two schools, I think, in college basketball where I think that's the case right now, unequivocally. Actually, three. I'll add Texas Tech to that. Florida State, Villanova, and Texas Tech. You could probably throw Huggy Bear out there with West Virginia, but he's just kind of going to his own tune. But those are teams that, regardless of where they stand in the pecking order, you go there, you're going to have a role. If you don't defend, you're not going to see the floor. And they all teach NBA concepts, with the exception of Florida State's defense being predominantly zone. But I also think that's going to come around. We've already seen what Nick Nurse and a couple other coaches in the NBA have done, Spoelstra and Vogel in LA, using it a little bit more. I think we're going to see that stuff kind of come back around. But Williams is a guy, even if he's not Jonathan Isaac. He's not. I know I use that loose comparison, but I use him as that platform, as a super long, athletic, defensive-minded guy who shot 33% from three in limited opportunities, and his jump shot looks workable. And when you're talking about a guy, if you're talking about developing a guy, like, I would have much rather seen Charlotte go this way and be like, hey, we have Bridges, we have Washington, we have Williams, we have these three guys who you can pretty much interchangeably move up and down the board who can do all of these things. And then be like, you know what we need to do? We need to go find a flashy wing or a flashy point guard. And I think those guys are much easier to come across if you've got some near type B guys or a bunch of type C guys that were like high level role players than it is to find the star, big bodied wing that there's 7 of in the entire league. So with Williams, I am very high on him in the sense of I'm very high on it. I think he'll hit his ceiling, not that his ceiling's the highest. So go ahead and give me your redemption speech, Steve.
Okay. So who's the last sixth man that was drafted in the lottery that lived up to their draft expectation?
What's that?
I said, who was the last sixth man at the college level that was drafted in the lottery?
Oh, you're speaking my language.
To their draft spot expectation.
Wasn't
I don't know one off the top of my head. So
it wasn't Zach Collins. So
it's not Zach Collins.
Who was it? Who was the sixth man at Villanova? It was 2 or 3 years ago.
DiVincenzo.
DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
Who just was? Now he's back on the Bucks, but was traded for.
But he's a guy I think who that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, but so outside of that, that's not really. I think Florida State was a very deep team. My main thing when I watch Patrick Williams is, yes, the measurables are there, the base is there,
He's
potential
raw.
is there. The potential is there. My thing is Florida State's system allows players to gamble, and that caters to guys who have a lot of size and have a lot of athleticism. You have a guy like Matisse Thybulle, who's basically playing in the same system at Washington, who is not as athletically gifted, who is putting up twice the amount of steals and is a much bigger disruptor on the defensive end. And Patrick Williams has all these other gifts and did not put up the same amount of numbers that he did. I don't want to come off as too much of a, I mean, I am the Patrick Williams detractor, but I just have serious questions about how long it's going to take him to be ready. And I guess if you're taking him at 4 and you're the Bulls, I think I do like his potential fit with Billy Donovan. I will say that this is a good fit for him as far as coach and style. And
yeah, remind me again, how good has Billy Donovan been with these tweener forwards in his entire coaching career?
Well, I mean, you have a chance to blend all the lessons that Billy Donovan has learned, from Al Horford to Joakim Noah to even a guy like Brewer.
David Lee, Brewer. Hell, even guys he's had recently in OKC. Take a Basley.
A Terrence Ferguson too as well.
I mean, there's so many guys he can pull from.
I will say this. I do like Patrick Williams' fit with Chicago more than I would have liked him in some of these other spots. Like, I really wanted him to avoid Detroit. I thought Detroit would have been a non-ideal situation for him.
Yeah.
I think Chicago is actually, as far as landing spots go, especially in the lottery, I think that's one of the better places.
Coaching-wise, it's going to be one of the best. There's no doubt about that. And I'm gonna let you keep going, Steve, because your guy just got taken.
Oh no. Is it Okoro? Is Okoro off the board?
Yes. He is
Okay,
going to purgatory. Cleveland Cavaliers are going to take Isaac Okoro. Now they're going to stay away from combo guards only because there isn't one on the board to take. I mean, I guess they could have gone Halliburton if they really wanted to, but
Wasn't all the talk they were going to take Obi Toppin? So they've actually.
well, this is the toss up. Do you go for the lower ceiling, higher floor Toppin, or the much higher ceiling, lower floor Okoro? Because I'd say Okoro bottoms out as a Kid Gilchrist, but his ceiling could be very good. I don't think all-star level, but I think he could be a guy who blows up offensive game plans.
I think I like the Okoro fit there. I think he does things that the two guards that are there.
Oh,
right
they
now
need him.
do
They
not
need
do.
him. There's no doubt about
Do
that.
not do. He addresses the deficiencies in both of their games. I, since the start, have been really bullish on Okoro's ability to play the three in spot minutes, and I think there is going to be a place for him in that rotation at that spot. I think this guy gets a bad rap on defense or on offense. Defensively, he's lights out. I think he's a guy who's going to come in and guard those top level guys. I think he's got a lot of that Jimmy Butler type gene in him where he's going to be able to come in and he's going to surprise some of these vets with his defense on the perimeter. Offensively, he's not a ball stopper, and that's the exact type of guy you want around Garland and Colin Sexton. You want a guy that's going to get the ball out of his hands on the offensive end and make quick decisions and the right plays. Yes, he's not a floor spacer, but you're playing with Darius Garland. I think this is an ideal pairing with him because Darius Garland is the poor man's Damian Lillard, or that's where you hope he is going to become. He is that quick pull up, floor extending type point guard. I think Okoro just has to navigate a not ideal market and a team that is definitely adjusting expectations still from the post LeBron era. I guess I'll let you guys sound in, but it sounds like we got number 6 in as well.
We do have number 6, and I just have to say, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. USC's Onyeka Okongwu. Hashtag fight on. Going to a good spot in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gonna fit in there really well with what they want to do with John Collins. They can slide either of them to the 4 or the 5. Onyeka's a guy who can clean up a lot of messes. I think he's a guy who can absolutely anchor your defense, and he's got the profile to be more than just a rim runner. So it's one of those things where I can definitely go with it. Thoughts? Anybody?
You've got Collins, Capella, and Okongwu now. What's the how does that big man rotation work now?
I would say it's probably Collins and Capella right now, but now you've got some things you can play with. Now one of them's one of them could be a little bit more expensive. Actually, I said expensive, a little bit more expendable.
Yeah, well, both. but
Apparently my mic got really loud. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I think Okongwu is one of the few guys where I think if the offensive comes around, he could be the guy who we look back on this draft and he could be the clear-cut number 1 guy. I think he is criminally underrated just because of his size. I think he's a guy who has all the versatility that you want in a modern big man. So it'll be really interesting to see how he develops in a system and potentially learns how to run the pick and roll with Trae Young.
Steve, can I ask a question? Is Okongwu the player that Charlotte should have targeted?
I don't know. I think they would have gotten beaten up either way. I think if they take LaMelo Ball, they're obviously we touched on that. I think if they took him, Okongwu, at this spot, I think they would have gotten beaten up for surpassing one of the guys that was in that tier 1, at least on draft boards. I think probably smart basketball wise, yes, but I think also, I mean, Charlotte, a guy that Dan mentioned earlier, is PJ Washington looks like a legit NBA player. and that kind of gets messy with how those two work together. But good teams find out how to figure out that. I mean, you can never have enough good players at one position.
Get the talent. Charlotte's not in a, and I was actually surprised to actually hear Charlotte come out and say this this week. We're not in a position to pick position. We need to pick the best available player, which LaMelo kind of hurts. Nate, what you're looking at Onyeka? What's your thoughts?
I mean, a lot of what Steve was saying, it's...
no, you're not allowed to say what Steve said. You need to have your own opinion, damn
it. Did he go to Florida State? Because then I don't agree with what Steve's saying then. I do think one thing to bring up, I haven't read into it a lot, but there's some foot issues. I don't know if anybody wants to add any more information about that, because while he could be someone who factors in, maybe not right away, but pretty early on, to a point where maybe they don't re-sign Capella and then they move forward with a Collins Onyeka front court. Anytime there's a foot issue with the big, I feel like it's worth mentioning and addressing. Not that it should make him drop, but there's just some worry in the back of your mind. And then I also think that pairing him with Trae Young, who's a great passer, will be fantastic, because I was sick of seeing highlights on Twitter and YouTube of him wide open under the court under the hoop on like a pick and roll or a fast break and not getting the ball from his teammates.
Yeah, USC did not have a bevy of playmakers this year that were setting the table. We got a little, yeah, that's right. I said we. It's the one team I say we about. Sue me. We've been a little underwhelming in that regard in the last couple of years.
We've got Kevin O'Connor's man next up.
Killian Hayes. This shouldn't come as a surprise. Detroit has been locked in, lasered in, focused in on looking at Killian Hayes. He's been working out there. He was there, I believe, when the bubble was going on. This isn't surprising, right, Steve?
No, and I think we're going to get a lot more Pistons coverage on the Ringer NBA show in the near future, by the sounds of it. So, I think another one. This is like a guy I don't really necessarily have as high on my board, but a guy who I think landed in a good situation, similar to Patrick Williams. I think Killian Hayes has a natural route to playing time.
Yeah, there's nobody in front of him.
And really, there's worse guys to work with in the front court than Blake Griffin if you're a point guard. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think this is a good landing spot for him. It seems like the right range. Feels like the right range.
Does Derrick Rose stay in Detroit? I mean, you've got your backcourt with Hayes and Kennard now. What happens with Derrick Rose?
He becomes your sixth man, or you shop him out. There's no shortage of teams that would take Rose as a sixth man right now. I can probably think of a half dozen that would take him. I know for certain the Lakers would. There's a couple teams that would, because I mean his Sean Livingston transformation has been pretty decent as far as coming back from injury and figuring out how to be a competent player and knowing what his role is. I will say this: I'm going to roll it back to the Clint Capella talk. Christopher Mazzio on YouTube. Capella to Celtics as part of a Hayward trade. That makes a ton of sense. I mean, that if you're talking about the framework for getting Gordon Hayward down there, I'm kind of pissed that they could make that happen that easily. DeAndre Hunter and Capella for Hayward in a sign and trade, because the Hawks have the cap space to just take a guy in like that. God, that pisses me off. That's actually a really good fit. And you take Okongwu there, and you go with Trae, Herter, Hayward, Collins, Okongwu. That's a fun team. And Onyeka can cover up for a lot of Trae's sins. Gordon can do a little bit of that. That's a fringe playoff team in the East, right?
We'll throw Reddish in too for making up for defensive errors.
Yeah, no, he'd be a part of that package for sure. As far as what it would take, I'd assume at this point in time, Gordon would get anywhere between 20 and 25. As much as everybody wants to downplay Gordon Hayward, he was still like 18, 7, and 7. Which is there a surplus of those guys around the league? Actually, 18, 7, and 5. Is there a lot of those guys around the league? Because the answer is no, it's not.
Well, I think too with the Hayward fit in Atlanta makes a lot of sense because Atlanta's made no secret that they're looking for another guy who can facilitate outside of Trae Young.
Yep.
And that's something that Gordon Hayward does not get enough credit for. He's
a plus
very
playmaker.
good, he's been a very good secondary facilitator for the Celtics and really put that on display for a lot of this last season. So we'll see. At least it's in the East. I mean, that is the plus side here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Atlanta, especially with the new play-in format, is definitely on the cusp of definitely making some noise in the postseason in the East.
We've got New York in now as well. Obi Toppin.
This is what they were hoping for, to be honest. This is a safe pick. Yep. They didn't have to take the French point guard because, that went over really well for them last time. It's a Frank Ntilikina joke, guys. Frankie smokes. Keep up. Nate, you've been awful quiet over there, so I'll go ahead and give you this one. What do you think of the old man in the draft, Mr. Toppin?
Yeah, I'm surprised that he got taken this early because he's not 19 years old. I mean, he's very, very offensively gifted. I'm pretty sure some people are saying that he was the best offensive option in the draft. And he's a little more proven than a lot of players, so it's easier to say that just based on his campaign last year with Dayton. But I don't know. It's so hard to project anything with the Knicks. I mean, it's great for them to have a scorer in someone who is a little more proven than some of their recent draft picks. But, I mean, he's another forward with a litany of forwards on that team. I'm not really sure what the contract situation is, so if any of them will be leaving. But he'll need some other players to join him, probably a playmaker. I'm not sure if RJ Barrett's ready to fill that role, but it's at least a safe pick and not a mistake from day one. And hopefully it'll pan out for them because they need something going for them.
I should add a caveat that Woj is being a bit cryptic in his tweet. He says New York has been excited that Dayton's Obi Toppin might drop to them at 8. So it's not a conclusive thing. But
that's a pick. That's a pick.
Well, just put the name in there.
Yeah.
So I'll throw this one out to all three of you guys. And you can fight over who answers this first. Are any of you surprised by the first 8 picks?
Yes. I'm surprised Williams went as high as he did.
I am and I'm not. I think there was a lot of pre-draft buzz on how. I mean, I am surprised he went that, or a little surprised he went that early. But I think he was one of the fastest rising guys coming into tonight.
I think he was that guy, the guy who shot up draft boards.
Yeah. I just to tie something into the Blazers here. I think what would be interesting here is how does the Obi Toppin selection play in potentially to what Carmelo Anthony makes his decision, or Portland might help him make that decision, obviously. But I think the playing time there would be interesting because I think they are very excited about what Kevin Knox can do next year. At least that's what it sounds like. They sound like they really like what he's been doing with Tibbs recently going into that year. And then you add in a guy like Toppin, and then potentially like if the rumors track that they really are after Carmelo for that feel good story. I mean, that's a situation that is really murky. And that's before you even start talking about guys like Bobby Portis still being there. So it'll be interesting to watch that Knicks situation in relation to what the decision-making Carmelo makes in the next week or so.
Nate, how about you? Anything that's jumped out to you so far?
I don't think necessarily the top 8. I agree with everybody else. I wasn't exactly certain that Patrick Williams would go as early as 4. I did assume he'd be top 10. So overall, like the 8 players who were selected doesn't really surprise me. I would say that, yeah, Patrick Williams at 4 and then LaMelo just ending up on the Hornets is not exactly how I anticipated that happening, just because I didn't know if LaMelo would make it to 3. And then also I was hoping that if he did make it to 3, Charlotte would not draft him.
I'll say this. I knew Williams was going to move up the board, but I thought it would be closer to 7. That's kind of where I thought the sweet spot for him is. If you look at the profile of guys like him, if you look at a guy like Jonathan Isaac, you look at those, not just the Florida State guys, but the guys that kind of like, I can see some real tools there. You usually see him between 7 through 10. You can look at Lowry in 2017. We're like, he can shoot. He's got some athletic ability. I wonder, will that translate to the NBA? I think that those are the kind of guys you see right around that level. Usually that top 5, it's a little bit more reserved for you have at least this skill. And I don't think you look at Williams and go, you can do X at an NBA level right away. It's weird. It's almost like I've said this before about somebody else. What is your NBA skill set? But that's neither here nor there. What do you guys think as far as the next couple picks we got here, the number 9 and number 10? Any thoughts?
Can I just say that number 9 is in?
Oh, there we go.
So Woj is saying Hewitt expected Denny Avdia would be available for Washington at 9, but it appears he could make it past the Knicks to them. He's been high on the Wizards board per sources. So it looks like Avdia goes to Washington.
Steve, I know Denny is a guy you've watched for at least 18 months. Actually, closer to 2 years now because when we started talking about him. How do you like a fit in Washington where they're trying to pack John Wall's bags for him?
Well, I mean, the thing is it's who's coming back in that trade that worries me. If
don't you think that could actually be a guy that Russ could play off of? Or does his lack of shooting bother you?
I think Denny's strength is the ball's in his hands, and that's not something that's going to happen in a Westbrook system. I think I like the potential matchup of Denny and Beal on the wing. I think those are two guys that can play off each other really well. So if you're looking at that long term, I think that's an attractive pairing, and I think that makes sense there. I also don't mind Scotty Brooks. Scotty Brooks is still the coach in Washington, right?
Sadly.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, I could see Brooks. I think this is a guy Brooks could maximize there. But, I mean, it's not a clear-cut situation there, too. I mean, I really wonder what Rui Hachimura's future there is, too, because Denny and him definitely overlap positionally, size-wise. I mean, not necessarily on their offensive and defensive profiles, but I think but then again, it's another one of those situations where you can never have too many good players at that position or too many guys with potential at that position. I would also say that this kind of looks like that Bertans is probably on his way out, as we all kind of figured.
It's going to be interesting to see where he ends up, though.
Mm-hmm.
Are we saying Avdia is a 3 and Hachimura is a 4? Is that the consensus?
Yeah.
I see Denny more as a long-term 4, but I think until his frame thickens up, I think he's probably a 3 at the NBA level. But I mean, you can never have too many guys with size and playmaking ability. I don't know. I wish Denny would have ended up in a little different situation. Washington's a little bit of a place where I don't really like to see prospects I like go to.
It's where players go to die.
Yeah, I just feel like, I don't know. Beal seemed like he wanted out so bad, and now I think it's just a little bit of a Stockholm syndrome. So,
I mean, we haven't seen what Wall looks like, though. I mean, who's to say a starting lineup of Wall, Beal, Denny, Hachimura, and Bryant. I mean, that's in the East. That's contending for a playoff spot, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any secret that I don't think John Wall and Brad Beal don't get along too well. So it'll be interesting to see if John Wall's still the guy there.
Yeah, that's the thing is, if anybody was wondering what I was hinting at last night when I said it makes perfect sense for Russell Westbrook to be swapped for John Wall, Brad doesn't like John. I don't know anybody that's played with John that likes him. So
statistically, the two don't pass to each other either. So like they don't.
John doesn't pass to anybody. So
yeah. So I do like the fit with Beal, but it's not a clear path, and I think potentially if Denny can get a chance to develop there, I think this could be a good spot for him if Beal is still there long term.
All right, quick question here from Jared Plant. Are you surprised there hasn't been a trade yet? Yeah, I'm really surprised. I should caveat that with this one simple point in that I'm surprised there hasn't been a trade because you would expect there to be some sort of volatility, but because there's so much uncertainty and because we've seen a couple guys fall and a couple guys rise, I think a lot of teams are really comfortable having a prospect come to them as opposed to going and getting a prospect. Now, once we get outside the lottery, we get to 16, 17, 18, I think you'll start seeing some movement where guys are like, hey, this guy fell. Hey, this guy fell. Hey, this guy fell. I think you're going to see that here as soon as we get on the edge of the lottery. Because over the next, I think, 5-6 picks, we're going to see some guys that we didn't expect to be up as high all of a sudden go. It wouldn't surprise me at all if a Jalen Smith went higher than everybody expected. It wouldn't surprise me if I'm trying to think who else is supposed to be on the board right now.
Hampton.
If Precious goes higher.
Yeah, Precious is another guy. I expect Precious to be going by 12. That's kind of where I've had him as far as talking to a few people. I could see him going 10, 11, 12 without question. So I think after that, after we get through those, I think some guys that people thought were going to be gone by then, like a Denny right now, I think you're going to see some teams kind of clawing their way up a little bit. You guys see it any differently?
I mean, I honestly, I'm pretty shocked that there wasn't more movement, but I think also at the top, at least, I think this could be a product of people not being at the same events and telegraphing who they're interested in. But I really thought there was going to be some movement in the top 4, but I think everybody's draft board is different with this, and so I think some people really didn't expect certain guys to come off the board so early.
I've got some here from Brandon McIntyre. Let's go, Neil. Suns need Zach Collins, right? If you're going to pick a landing spot, he is a Vegas guy. Let him stay close to home. But, I mean, I don't know. Would the Blazers get anything from the Suns right now? I mean,
the only player I would have wanted was Kelly Oubre, but he's not even there anymore.
And OKC is shopping him. Steve's got a small bladder, so we're going to lose him for a little bit. Nate, you weren't here for the beginning part of this, so go ahead and give us your reaction to the Covington trade, and then go ahead and take a look, pivot to Rodney Hood.
Yeah, so obviously I'm happy with the Covington trade. He's a close to ideal 3-and-D wing that the Blazers have just always needed since Dame and CJ have been the backcourt. I think even though he's a better team defender, and that will still be used to cover up for the guards not being able to fight through screens and just how bad we saw the team scramble last year, I think that his one-on-one defense is still better than what a lot of other players could offer. And then Ariz is aging, so even though he is a better one-on-one defender, you don't really know how that progresses throughout the season. And with Covington, you know what you're getting. So on the defensive end, even though he doesn't fit super seamlessly, he's still a great defender and will make an impact all the games that he plays. And then on offense, if he can just hit open threes and make the opportune cuts, which he's proven that he's capable of doing, albeit a little inconsistently, I think, again, it's a great fit. And then as far as the package that they gave up, Ariza is aging, only had a year on his deal rather than 2 years. I think that's just a beneficial move. And then the number 16 pick, I don't think is really worth a whole lot. So even though it's labeled as 2 first-round picks, the one this year wasn't necessarily going to net them a player that would make an impact even in Damian Lillard's prime to go a little longer term. And then next year's, it's a little difficult to project just because you don't know where the Blazers are picking, and then the draft class is loaded. But ideally, the Blazers have a good season, and then their pick is in the 20s. And again, that's not quite as impactful as Covington will be for 2 years during a time when the Blazers really need to emphasize winning now, and their moves in the past haven't really emphasized that, or even their draft picks. So it's nice to see a little shift in that mindset for the front office. And then Rodney Hood, it's hard because there was such a long gap between hearing him talk about his contract situation, and then it's normally when you tear your ACL and then have a player option, you would opt in, especially since the market isn't super great right now. But with, again, the market volatility, and then I don't know what other factors there might be behind closed doors, it's not completely surprising that he opted out, especially for a longer term deal. There's a lot more question marks going forward in terms of his health and just what the salary cap will be. So I'm hoping they can re-sign him. He's just another 3-and-D guy who probably won't be too expensive, but it's, I guess, a little more up in the air than it was 2 weeks ago.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, guys. For everybody else who's there, we'll be back in about 2 minutes here. Mostly because my wife just got home, and I need to make sure that I say hi and that I love her and that I can continue to do this because I am a smart newlywed man. Right, Steve?
Yeah. My last break was brought to you by Oregon Craft Beer. So
The second time.
yeah. So I'm gonna get another break right here. So.
All right, guys. We will be right back.
Status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a poker, we with all that. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. 12 asking better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that I did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come out the pound, so we big dog. Heavy petty, don't break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to lift off. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black.
How you doing, mate?
Try with a poker, we with all that, yeah. Big dog status.
Yeah, I'm heading out. It's nice to talk to you guys, and best of luck with the next however long you're doing this.
Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a poker, we with all that, fall in line, yeah. We got sticks like a Columbine, yeah. Running up the dollar signs, yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow kinds, yeah. Bring up like the Taliban, that's my paper, don't you bottom mine, yeah. Heavy paddock on me, break my wrist off, yeah. Lift off, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a poker, we with all that, yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a poker, we with all that, yeah.
Today I'ma wake up a new man, driving a new road, develop a new plan. I'll never be blue, man, whatever the view, man. Go to a new beach, get me a new tan. I'ma write down every single thought. Got goals on my wall, I win, I never fall. I've been gone for a minute, yeah, I had to be free. You want it, I got it, so tell me what you need. I'm unchained, unfazed, and unwilling. It's a new day, new world, we all winning. I'm up late, up early, I gotta get it. Keep working, now we gotta make a million. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it. Wake up, I'm on to the next. New day, I gotta do my best. Every day I put the work in. The grind never stop, you ain't never see me rest. See me on top, I never fall. I speak my truth and turn it to law. Do it for the drive, you know it's really my passion. Never gonna stop me, really I'll make it happen. I gotta get up and grab it. The money stay heavy. When you see me, don't leech. Falling days in the streets, had homies in the struggle. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it.
I don't know. I think our mic's pretty hot.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome. What for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no champion for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears, recruiting haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation.
Ooh. Yep.
Apparently, that's not going to work, so I got to stick on this frame, which sucks because I spent a lot of time getting everything else ready, but I'll figure it out and figure out what the hell's going on with it later on. The big problem here for me is the rich get richer. Phoenix Suns, after trading for Chris Paul, Jalen Smith's a guy who I think can just sit behind everybody here and come in and kind of replace Aaron Baines. What do you think, Steve?
I think he's your prototypical stretch five. I think Jalen Smith was the guy I was interested in for Portland last year when Jalen Smith flirted with the draft process and eventually pulled out and returned to Maryland. Played primarily as a power forward as a freshman, and then last year stepped in for playing the 4 and the 5, the spot that Bruno Fernando vacated before being drafted, or he was drafted by the Hawks last year. Jalen Smith just has that tool base for the pros right now at that 5 position. He is versatile, has the athleticism to switch on defense, and has the ability to stretch the floor on offense. Plus, who doesn't like a player that wears goggles? So I'm
Goggle
all
life
in.
is best life.
I'm all in. I think this 11 pick is super interesting if it's not already in. I'm very interested to see what the Spurs do with this pick.
Which way do you think they go?
Can I ask a question? What does this mean for Dario Saric?
What's that?
What?
What does this mean for Dario Saric?
What do I think of Dario Saric? I would say I have a graphic built up behind him, and I really wanted to show.
I was going to say, what does it mean for Dario Saric?
Oh, I think he's gone.
Bring
I
him
think
in.
that's been the idea, is that Sarge is gone. I think he's going to get a full MLE. I think a team's going to look at him and go, he played okay in Phoenix, but before that he was with a franchise in Minnesota that, I mean, historically hasn't done well with young players. And before that he was with the Process Sixers. Like, I think you still look at him. If I'm ticking boxes, Dario Saric ticks every one of the Neil Olshey Reclamation Project box, sheet that gets submitted every year. He'd just be the most expensive version of that so far.
Would he be an option at the MLE? Would he take the MLE, or is he?
I think
slightly
so.
high?
Steve, what do you think?
I think he's an MLE type player, but I think it'll be interesting to see. I think he's a guy that is going to be judicious on his, and as Dan alluded to, judicious on where he decides to go, because he has been in some non-ideal situations. He's someone who when he first came into the league, coming off of a really excellent Euro run, before he came over to the NBA, he was a guy I pegged as someone who's going to be getting a big contract after his rookie deal. That hasn't worked out that way, obviously. I still think the upside's there. He's one of those guys who has a lot of guard skills at a forward position, master of none, but a jack of all trades.
Those aren't bad guys to have.
Yeah, and in that third playmaker type role, those are the guys you do want to have in your front court.
Which,
so
again, would fit kind of what we talked about early in the show about guys that make sense for Portland, which I'm just going to go ahead and do this. And it's probably not going to work, but I'm going to click it over here.
See if we get audio. It's okay if you can't hear Dan, but let us know if you can't hear him. So Dan prepared a slide here, but some of the slides are not working when we swap to that frame. So, okay, bummer.
Okay, just so everybody knows.
But
I'm back now because I'm on the one I know works. But Saric is a guy that I had targeted, and for those that want to know, the guys that we had built out, they were Crowder. I'll go ahead and transition and just show them off just because I put the work into them. Damn it, and they were Saric, and the good old Paul Millsap. So.
Sounds like we got the Spurs pick in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got the Spurs pick.
It's
and next we have the Kings pick, and here comes the run. Here comes the run on those wings, and here's what's going to be surprising is with those wings, we got F's in the chat. We got F's in the chat, folks. F's in the chat. Yeah, I know, guys. It mutes the sound. There's actually a couple different slides there. I don't know why it's not those groupings aren't working for whatever reason. It's really irritating. Would I want Saric over Millsap? Yeah, I think in the long run, I think it's a better fit.
We have 11 and 12 in now.
Yeah, 11 and 12 are in. And again, thank you everybody who's watching. We've had a consistent 120 to 180 viewers the whole show. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. This is the first time we're doing this. I haven't said that enough this time throughout the show. I've been putting this together between the draft and doing the NBC show for those that watched on NBC earlier today. That was pre-taped last night. So I've been going nonstop on this stuff for the last 2 weeks trying to get everything ready. So thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for everybody in the chat, for asking questions, for telling me that you can't hear me when things aren't working. This is, like I said, this is the first time I've done this, trying to build everything out and make sure it all works. But but thank you. This has been really cool. It's been really fun. And I know Steve and Adrian, but both said that they wanted to do this, and this is thank them for coming along. But to get back to Sarich, I think Sarich is a guy you buy low on because his buy low really is like it's not that low. Like his floor is not that low. Like he can do a lot of things. He can be switchable. He can play in small ball. He can play up a position. He can knock down a three. He can absolutely work as that short roll playmaker. If Portland came away with Sarich and Covington, hilariously, teammates in Minnesota and Philadelphia, they know each other real well. I would take Sarich here in a heartbeat. I think that would be a really good fit.
To get Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. I mean, that's how you do this. You collect these two guys first, and then you get to collect them all and build the Voltron. You need Jimmy Butler. That's how it works. We'll get back to the draft though, real quick. Steve, this is what you talked about, the run on wings. Are you
Devin Vassell off the board to San Antonio at number 11, and then Tyrese Halliburton slid to Sacramento at 12, which that's going to be an interesting fit to see what they do there. Obviously, his path to a secondary playmaker position or taking over the reins of a second unit becomes a lot clearer once Bogdan's out of the picture completely. Vassell to the Spurs is a very interesting pick. I think that is a guy that lines up with Lonnie Walker in a lot of similar ways. I think both of them, you can't have enough good players with that type of versatility.
Derek White.
Yep, Derek White is another guy. Very interesting to see what they do going forward. Halliburton at Sacramento is super interesting to see what's going to happen with Buddy Hield moving forward as well, because Halliburton does a lot of the stuff in the catch and shoot that Buddy Hield also does. So it'll be interesting to see if that Hield trade market develops potentially. I think it's a solid pick by the Kings. I think they took the best player on the board. At least at this point he was the best player on my board that was still available.
The Kings did not Kings it.
They actually did something well.
Yeah.
Weird,
shocking.
huh? Yeah. But that's what you get with a new regime, and this is how it starts. Obviously, the Bogdan thing is not looking nearly as promising, but maybe in the end they get something more out of it. I don't know. New Orleans is open to trading the 13th pick. This is exactly where we said there's wings available here that probably people weren't quite anticipating being available. I would be very surprised if New Orleans doesn't trade this pick. And they're looking, I almost guarantee they're looking for a 2021 draft pick. They want to have as much ammunition for 2021 and 2022 as humanly possible. Because if they are just good enough to not get a top 3, top 4 pick, they want to have, we don't have, a 1, 2, or 3, but we do have 5, 7, and 9. Like that's something I could realistically see happening. Like they could, or 5, 7, and 14. Like they could have so much freaking draft capital. It's insane when it's all said and done. So it'll be interesting to see what New Orleans does here. Said somebody asked, is Adrian in Australia or U.S.? He is firmly, squarely in the Southern Hemisphere in Australia. Just give him a strong Zed.
Getting hot too. It's like 33 degrees Celsius.
Do you say 33 degrees or do you say 33 Celsius?
What, 90 degrees Fahrenheit? 90 degrees?
I think that's about what it is, like 88 to 90. Yeah. The thing is, like 1 Celsius can be like 5 degrees because metric. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact conversion is, but it's hot. It's getting hot, and it's 20 past 1 in the afternoon on a Thursday.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Also, it's Thursday, not Wednesday, which is hilarious at the same time. What do you think, Steve? Do you think New Orleans trades this pick?
I think what's interesting to note here is why I think this is getting trade interest is the 2 forwards. So the forward run has started.
Yeah. So you've got Sadiq.
And the 2 forwards you got Sadiq and Aaron Naismith, which I would say are the 2 most
ready
wings.
Yeah.
And this is most likely you're seeing contenders that would more likely be willing to part with future assets.
Cheap asset. Yep.
Move up into this position. And so this does not surprise me.
This is where I think you see a team like a Philly try to get in, find something to get in here. A team that's up against the cap that needs an asset on a rookie deal, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the teams that are like you said, trying to fill out your rotation, potentially a guy who can come in and play 8 to 12 minutes a night or be a floor spacer. And both these guys, both Sadiq Bey and Aaron Naismith, have shown that. I really see those are the guys who would be driving this pick, especially with Halliburton off the board. But we'll see what goes on here. I think this is two of the better shooters, tertiary players that are left in the entire class. This is the reason why I kind of am even a bigger fan of the Covington trade, because I would assume both these guys are coming off the board, and this is potentially a pick where the Pelicans could have been trying to strong arm the Blazers in this situation, and instead of falling into that trap, Portland went out and got a win now forward in Robert Covington.
Speaking of Philly first round picks, the trade that they did earlier today involving Al Horford, was that a 2020 pick, or is that next year's pick? Do we know?
I am not
I
sure.
didn't see I know that one of them was lightly protected. I can't remember how else it was going to go. And there's a pick I didn't expect. Kira Lewis will go 13. Ooh. The Pelicans were not able to trade this pick. Steve, where did you have Kira on your board?
I think he was almost at 20 on the last board I did.
I was going to say
he's still a nice player though. Like, I think there's a lot of things that he does. I think he's someone that interviewed really well, and from the sounds of it, he's a hoop junkie, a guy who kind of played at a team that really doesn't get a lot of the spotlight on the basketball national scene. A very modern score first, score oriented guard, is a floor general. It'll be interesting to see how he fits into that Pelican scheme, but I mean, there's definitely a void there now that Drew's out the door. There is a path to playing time there, but there are some very dynamic. I mean, Nikhil Walker, what is his last? How do I say it? Walker Alexander.
Yep.
He's another guy who I think is a very similar skill set, and so it'll be interesting to see who kind of wins out in that guard competition in the next couple of years. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how he fits there. I think you could have. I'm surprised they weren't able to move this pick. If Dan's assumption was correct, which it looks like it probably is at this point, they were probably asking for a 2021 or 2022 pick, mm-hmm. and even trying to get a first or second rounder in either of those drafts could be hard to come by, unless you're really getting a bona fide, proven player, which Sadiq Bey and Aaron Naismith are high level players, but it's not like you're trading for a Robert Covington here.
No, and that's the thing you talk about. And just got to point this out for you, Adrian. Hugh says, shout out Blazers fans in Melbourne. Apparently you have a kindred spirit, which hilariously it always comes back to this, or not hilariously, coincidentally. He wants to know if you were a Blazers fan before, after, or because of Patty Mills' time here.
Before. It was Clyde that turned me onto the Blazers.
It's always interesting to hear people's first stories about becoming a Blazers fan internationally. We've had probably 5 or 6 different people from not only Australia. We've had a couple from England, and then Freeman traveled all over in his time in his professional career, and he used to talk about some guys that he ran into. It's always the most random team that you could possibly cheer for is the Portland Trailblazers in France. This is obviously before the Blazers had real international players, but it's I always find it interesting. It's like, how the hell does that happen? Lakers, Celtics, sure, but pre-internet and you're a Blazers fan?
I think it was also not wanting to go with the masses and say, oh yeah, I'm a Lakers fan, I'm a Knicks fan, I'm a Spurs fan. It's finding a player you like, and then also finding a team that's not kind of on the radar in Australia, and just kind of latching onto it. And I mean, we didn't even have the internet when Clyde played, but it was VHS that I.
Nobody had the internet when Clyde played.
Yeah, it was VHS that legitimately turned me onto the Blazers. So thank you, videotape.
Sean Bryant said he'd love to have Precious here. Yeah, I mean, Precious would be a great. I don't even think a project player is the right way to describe it. Just another stupidly dumb good athlete. We had Precious at Hoop Summit, and Steve and I remember doing this. looking to the side wide-eyed like, did you see that? Because he'd get out in the open floor, and this is going to be blasphemous on so many levels. But I remember more than a few people saying, he moves like Kobe did in high school. Because his ability, that right-hand push dribble when he's going through traffic as he kind of just slithered through, was something we saw him do probably, a half dozen times, Steve?
Yeah.
Where a guy that big, that strong, that fast and explosive just kind of glided by everybody. And I heard more than a few people say, God, that looks like Kobe. And then I heard a few local guys say, that looks a lot like Batum. For a guy that big and that powerful, he has got a real graceful presence, but he knows how to finish.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and he's going to be...
wings. Then we have 14 in, and one of those wings that Steve was talking about has been picked up by the Celtics.
Yeah, that's an excellent Celtics pick for them.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that it's Nesmith over Bay.
Yeah.
They're shooting for the moon there. Nesmith obviously was it a foot injury?
Yes.
So he had a foot injury, caused him to miss a big portion of the season. But his profile, going back to the days he stepped on campus, is he can shoot the ever living hell out of the ball. I saw somebody on the timeline earlier call him Splenda Klay Thompson, which, I mean, as far as how he plays, he's not there defensively. But he's not a pushover there. But he shoots the ever-living hell out of the ball. And if you're going to bet on something, bet on a guy who takes a volume threes from NBA range. I think the safest assumption here is, if you were looking for a comparison, thanks for the subscription. Thanks for following, guys. I do appreciate it. It does help me build this thing up. Oh, look who it is. It's your pal, Big Corbin Smith, coming through. We do appreciate it, big fella. But when you're talking about a profile, Gary Trent Jr. shot the living hell out of the ball in college. It shouldn't be a surprise that he did it at the NBA level, because the big thing for him is he wasn't taking college level threes. Now, I haven't watched a ton of Aaron, but I did go back and watch a lot of his film, and a lot of his stuff above the break, he wasn't tiptoeing the line, Steve.
No, he's shooting from NBA range. Definitely a guy whose offensive profile shifted a little bit definitely shifted to the pro style once Jerry Stackhouse arrived there. So I think he is he's a guy in very, very small sample size. I would have liked to seen him play a lot more in the SEC competition, but we'll see what he does at the next level. I think he's a guy whose skill set does not step on any of the wings that are there.
I'm going to step on you real quick. It happened.
Yep.
It happened. Cole Anthony, a guy Steve and I talked about a couple weeks ago, as being somebody who we could definitely see being moved up. He is gone, which means had Portland not traded the pick and things stayed as where they were, Saddiq Bey is available at number 16. So Saddiq Bey will become a Houston Rocket before becoming a Detroit Piston. Yep. So.
Well, I mean that's if Detroit want Bay, they might have someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be Precious here too.
You know, I'd be surprised if it wasn't Bay.
Yeah,
I really would. Precious does fit the profile, because they're most likely going to lose Christian. But I think Bay makes a lot of sense too.
Hang on, but Ariza's already got the starting 3 spot in Detroit. Sadiq's not going to have any playing time.
I don't know if Ariza's going to be there when the season starts.
It says like
I'm being facetious. I'm being a bit cheeky.
But I think you're looking at a potential draft haul with Hayes and either Bay or Bay and Precious, or Precious and Hayes. I think both those guys. I think it's easy to sell both those scenarios to that fan base. I'd like to see him reach a little bit more. I'd like to see Precious here at this spot, but we'll see. I think you kind of went the best player available at their last pick, and I think maybe you can go for that high upside pick here instead of playing it safe with Bay, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm surprised that Bay fell. I'm genuinely surprised. I figured by 15 he'd be gone. And some of you are talking about Ross Holman, who's another guy who does a really good job of covering the draft, was just talking about on Twitter the idea of trusting the EYBL stats as it pertains to Cole Anthony. Cole Anthony put up dumb numbers. In the EYBL, which would kind of match the eye test that we saw in the high-level games, the McDonald's All-American, the Jordan Brand. While those are glorified showcases, when he's had plus talent around him, he has put up very dumb numbers. And I'm wondering how many people or how many teams are going to be sitting there kicking themselves over the next couple of years if Cole Anthony pops as that maybe not lead guard but second guard who is a linchpin of a dynamic offense.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Going back to Bay, is Covington what you would most likely hope that Bay's ceiling is?
I think their offensive profiles are a little different. I don't think Bay will become the defensive player that Covington has become, but I think Bay has a chance to exceed the offensive output that Covington reached in his prime that he's in now. As far as what they could have produced in Portland next year, I think that's obviously no question here that Covington's the right choice. No one's arguing against that. Bay moving forward would have been an interesting complement, I think, long term to a guy like Nasir Little, who is that jump out of the gym type athleticism with a more measured, more cerebral type player in Saddiq Bey, who does the technical parts of the game at a high level. That was always the most interesting potential long-term fit for me when looking at Bey in Portland, was what would a front court look like with Nasir Little and Saddiq Bey. Obviously, we're not going to know what that's going to look like unless Bey really just has an unreal slide down his draft board.
46th. Turns out he had a fractured leg and he fell.
So, that was always my thing with Bey. I think here at Portland, being at 16, I am a little surprised that Bey was still on the board. I still think Portland made the right move, obviously, but definitely interesting. I did not think all the wing players would have made it, and I think
you're kidding me. This is real.
What's up?
Minnesota is acquiring Oklahoma City's Ricky Rubio, the 25th and 28th picks, for a package that includes number 17. That is hilarious. I mean, who knew that Ricky Rubio was this generation's Steve Blake?
Trevor Ariza.
I mean, this is insane.
It kind of makes sense next to D'Angelo, though. It makes sense.
Yeah, but now you got Anthony Edwards there too. It is odd.
I don't get this.
I mean, Rubio is definitely a very different player than he was when he left.
He is, and he's
Minnesota.
a good player. Like this is gonna sound stupid in the sense of like who they are, but I think he's a Chris Paul-esque point guard in that he puts your offense in a good position to succeed every single night. Even though he's not a plus shooter, he is a throwback floor general with an insane offensive IQ. There's just not many guys in the league who can get out there and get you into any offense. Rubio has done that everywhere. Even in Minnesota in the bad days, quote unquote, the offense with him and Love, this is before Love could shoot and before Rubio could shoot. And they could still put points on you because Rubio is such a good facilitator and table setter. I mean, that allows D'Angelo to play off ball a little bit, but he's not that great as a spot up.
I think the most important thing here that we're missing is that the Rights to Ricky Rubio podcast is suddenly much more relevant again. So congrats. But yeah, Rubio's a different player. It's just
none of those three guys can play the three. Like Edwards, Russell, and Rubio, they're straight guards. There's no.
That's a 3-guard rotation.
Wing potential there.
You have Edwards as your 6th man there,
Well, and then you still have Culver, who really hasn't shown that he's a 3 yet. I mean, he's definitely
Still more
guard,
2.
Yeah, he's still definitely more a 2 than he is a 3. So
Portland has selected and sending Isaiah Stewart to Detroit.
wow.
The Corbs does bring up a good point. Rubio would be good for the kids, but will they have learned after Jimmy Butler? Well, Adrian's back. There we go. Quick little drop. Will they have learned from that Jimmy Butler absolutely wiping the floor with them in the practice squad? So I guess that's the big question. And yes, Corbs, I know that it happened earlier, but it was a confirmed deal now.
Isaiah Stewart, this is probably the biggest reach I've seen as far as my board went in the draft.
I'm sorry. Second round, Isaiah Stewart?
Yeah. Isaiah Stewart is... It's tough to judge his film at Washington because...
no, Detroit, what are you doing?
Washington played without a point guard for most of last year, so I think that definitely hurts a post-dominant player like Stewart. I will say what I do like about Stewart's game is he is pure quick twitch muscle. He reloads between jumps very quickly. Oh,
here you go. Troy Weaver worked with Stewart's college coach. There's that connection. God, I hate it when these GMs do this stuff. Unless they know something that nobody else knows about Stewart. This is a bad pick, man. I mean, unless there's no way you could trade back. Did you have him as a first round grade, Steve?
I had him in the first round, but not.
I mean, by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, he was in the lower 20s, but I mean, when we profiled him for the site, it was the idea that Portland was trading into that early second round range to get him when we did it.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I mean, he's a project.
I also think that he's one of the few guys at the Hoop Summit that was able to somewhat guard James Wiseman.
We did talk about that because Carey couldn't stand a chance.
So, yeah, Vernon Carey Jr. has got a long way to go on the defensive end.
Yeah, and he was a guy physically you thought would be able to at least bang with Wiseman, and he didn't even come close. So, I mean, Stewart is a big body. And
I would say how fast he reloads between jumps reminds me of Bagley at Duke. He can reset quickly.
Bagley at Duke, not Bagley in the NBA.
Yeah, I put that qualifier in there. So, it just feels like a reach. I mean, but this is something that we've talked about over and over again with this draft. Is once you get past like pick 8, it's pick your poison. It's every draft room is going to have these guys shuffled differently. There's not a real clear-cut hierarchy here for at least the next 20 picks, I would say. Nothing is going to surprise me too much. This just feels like a little bit of a reach because Bay was still on the board, but I'm starting to wonder if there's and Precious, but yeah. Oh, this is a really weird pick when you're still thinking about Precious still being on the board too.
Yeah, Precious is the better version of him. Isaiah Stewart puts the ball in his hands and you cry. Precious puts the ball in his hands and it's like, okay, this is going to be a fun dunk. Like, Stewart has the physical tools. It just doesn't have the basketball tools yet. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to be a bust. When you're reaching for guys, there's got to be something you can hang your hat on. What have I not said that like literally every year, Steve? You've got to have something.
Yep, you got to have a marketable NBA skill.
And being athletic is not it unless you're Zion athletic.
Minnesota's pick in. So Minnesota's taking Poku at 17.
Oh, Dallas is pissed right now. One pick away.
Okay.
That's weird. One pick after Portland, too. All right, so here's my Poku spiel. He's either going to get a GM, a lifetime guaranteed contract, or he's going to get somebody fired. Realistically, if he hits Steve? What's the French kid's name? That's coming over in 2 years.
I can only think of the video. I can't think of his name right now.
I know he's the most intriguing thing known to man outside of the Cunninghams, Amani Bateses, and Chets of the world. But Poku's that next tier down. But when we're talking the next tier down, you're talking about a guy like Kristaps. Like, Kristaps isn't a unicorn in the sense of like Giannis or something like that, but he's a unicorn in the sense of how do you guard him? If Poku develops the way people think he can and will likely develop, that's where it gets scary, because he's a guy who was a guard who grew, and so there's that Anthony Davis effect. Now, he's not near the fluid athlete that Davis is. Nobody is. That's what makes Anthony Davis special. It's what makes Giannis special. But if Portland had the pick, God, I mean, Steve, I know you're not a huge Poku guy, but could you take Poku over Sadiq Bey? Could you talk yourself into it?
It all depends on. I think it depends on the GM and the pressure you're under and your respective
Portland.
situation.
If you were Portland, if Sadiq Bey and Poku were both available there at 16, could you realistically take Poku?
I mean, if I'm Neil O'Shea, yeah, I could take Poku because he's got big old brass balls. But
he did give up 2 picks and move up to take Collins. And again,
Yeah, so-
I'm not saying that as a negative. Like that was a brass balls move, because when that happened, you were there at draft night. My phone went off and everybody was like, "Huh?" I mean, this would be a bigger brass ball move in a sense, but it's a little bit further back, so maybe you can get away with it.
Yeah, and the French prospect we're thinking of is Victor Wembanyama. Wembanyama.
But can I ask? And I know Dan. I know he's your boy. But could Poku end up being Myers?
He could, but again, I think Myers is a viable NBA player. Like, I know Miami didn't play him in the playoffs after he came back from the injury because they basically retooled how they played. But I have no problem looking at Myers and going, yeah, you can play 18 minutes a night. A viable big. I mean, it would not surprise you one bit to see him be an Aaron Baines who comes back and like asking him to give you like 8 and 5, 8 and 6 and shoot 40% from 3 in 20 minutes a night. That's not a stretch. And if Poku turned into that at 16, 17, you're thrilled. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand. Not that you don't, just in general, is that when you get a guy who's a rotation caliber player anywhere outside of the top 12, you've done done better than the average. I mean,
Myers did go 11.
Yeah, but I know that's what I mean. That's where you're right on the fringe of. And Myers was a 2-and-done at Illinois, and they profiled him as Tiago Splitter coming out of college. If you want to talk about having a guy pegged wrong, but if you look at all of the value expectation charts for picks, it's 1, 2, 3, and then it drops hard, and it flattens out basically about 12. You see it a little bit, but if you're getting a rotation player at any position beyond 15, you've done good. That's why I don't beat up Olshey over taking Nasir at 24 or at 25 or Ant at 24 or Caleb at 27 or like the whole Kuzma thing or the whole Jordan Bell thing. Screw that stuff, man. Like, it's such a crapshoot when you get that far out that you are drafting based on fit. Like that's what I liked Swanigan when Portland took him, because I thought like, oh, he could be a backup big in this league who can get you some post points. Turns out he couldn't.
It's time for the Australian to celebrate.
Oh, did he go?
Yep, Josh Green's off the board.
Wow, that's a good pick for them. How surprised are you that Josh went before RJ?
Wow.
Yeah, RJ's still there, Steve.
Man.
Somebody doesn't believe in RJ. I'm a little surprised.
This is wild.
Corbs, I'm not arguing with you as far as like needing finished products. I can see them like going that way. I'm just saying, if they had a pick here, would you have taken Poku? Sean Bryan says Neil should be joining on the phone to land Bay or Precious right now. I'm willing to bet they're at least looking at what the cost would be to get into the draft right now.
The Clippers just moved out.
All right.
There's going to be some teams that are moving up right now. The Clippers are definitely looking at Precious.
They just traded Shamit to the Nets for 19.
Shamit's a good player. They're going to lose Montrez though. They need a big. Precious would fit in that same.
Surely they take Bay.
I think it's Precious if they're moving. I mean they need to make up for Shamit's shooting, but I think the right move would be Precious to give them.
Shamit's an interesting pick potentially. One to just put next to Durant and Kyrie going forward.
He can get his touches however he needs to.
And also, I mean, that is probably a much more attractive offer to a Rockets team that's going to potentially try to stay relevant if they actually do make the Harden trade. So,
number 19 pick via Brooklyn to the Pistons and receiving Luke Kennard.
Luke Kennard. Oh,
whoa.
Right. Okay.
That's a lot bigger move.
But Luke wanted out last season. Weren't there talks of a trade for Kennard last season?
So, again, when we talk about relationships with GMs, Detroit, even under new ownership or new management, those ties are there between Los Angeles and Detroit. There have been many moves there, Blake and Tobias, and now you go down the list and it's like, oh, okay. Thanks, Corpse. Thanks for
I
stopping by.
actually really like Luke Kennard as a player. I think he goes under the radar quite a bit, but I think he ticks a lot of boxes as far as shooting, and he's one of those bigger guards.
Who's that?
Kennard.
Oh yeah, no, Kennard's a player. As far as 2017 guys that get overlooked, he's probably number one on that list. Like he's a player. I genuinely like him. He probably went a little higher than he should have, but he's been good. I could see him being a there's been talk of Kennard wanting to go. Yep. Yeah, we've seen that too, Jared. It's there's always talk of a player wanting to go somewhere. that's kind of the case. A lot of times it's leverage or trying to get a better contract situation or trying to get a coach changed. As far as like what you believe, as far as actual movement, that stuff definitely changes. But I am genuinely surprised that Bay and Precious are still on the board.
Yeah, this is I think it's a nice fit. I'm just interested to see what the Nets might know. I mean, just adding Harris, keeping Joe Harris, and adding Kennard are just a couple really nice pieces and really functional players to put around the pieces they already have.
Oh, you mean guys that if they're going to get a James Harden that would play perfectly off of him?
Yep.
And honestly, Kennard ends up becoming your budget Joe Harris if they have to move Harris to Houston, which I wouldn't be surprised if he was included in a package. I mean, Karras, Dinwiddie, Harris, and a truckload of picks. You could do worse than that if you're talking about Houston staying relevant, right?
Yeah.
Should we bring up the CJ and Zach Collins for James Harden?
No.
I mean,
not doing it.
I mean, you would do it, right?
Oh, maybe. For
Like,
my own sanity, I'm the same.
Listen,
no.
I hate Harden. I hate his game. But if it was like not mortgaging the entire future of this franchise, I'd do it. I think Dame and Harden could play off each other enough. I think both are willing to be off ball. Harden's done it in his career. Hell, Dame did it. Both of them did it early in their career. So I could see it happening.
Look, Dame would give Harden leverage, but how much does Harden take as far as usage and stopping the ball and?
Well, first of all,
yeah,
it has to be one of those things where it has to be okayed by Dame. Like Dame and Harden would have to have a long talk about how things are gonna go, and I think Dame is so much of an alpha. I'd say the only bigger alpha in the league is LeBron. as far as locker room presence, that Dame could handle that. Like, just talking to guys around the league, the level of respect that Dame actually has among guys is probably one of the highest. Now, not with Russell Westbrook or Paul George, because, I mean, they're mental midgets. But, I mean, it's kind of funny that the two guys that have been the two biggest flameouts when it comes to impact moments are the guys that have the biggest problem with Dame. It's one of those things that I find hilarious. But is having to watch Harden play every game worth winning a championship? Yes. Steve, you don't.
Steve says no.
Steve's a liar. You put a shiny ring on his finger, and he's like, "That was all worth it." Wow.
I'd be getting the tattoo.
You see, exactly. Your beard right now would be this long.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm really interested to see if just the Pistons' phone went off when they realized, oh crap, Precious is still on the board.
Precious
and
and Bayer.
So we got to get back in.
Oh God, this
is I mean, 3 picks inside the top 20 for the Pistons, and really, whether or not it's going to be viewed as a success or a failure really could depend on what they do with this pick as far as perception instantly. I think.
Are we down on the Isaiah Stewart pick?
I think it was a little. It was a little early. I mean, if you knew you could get back into this pick, I mean, you're telling me you could have potentially got Isaiah Stewart and Poku, potentially taken Poku earlier, but who knows? Who knows what they do here?
I'm reading the timeline right now, and everybody's just like, what are the Pistons doing? Is that enough value for Luke Kennard? Like, man, a good lottery pick for.
I mean, if
19?
if Gary Trent Jr. isn't on the Blazers roster, Luke Kennard is a guy I'm banging down the door to get in Portland.
And apparently, he could be had for peanuts.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you have to clean house when you bring in a new group, but you got to get some kind of value for guys. There it goes. Yeah. That a boy, Detroit. Sadiq Bey is no longer on the board. So that was their option for Luke Kennard.
They could have had Sadiq at 16 and then taken Stewart at 19.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing here. I mean, they could have traded back. And I have not, Steve, in your discussions over the last few weeks, have you heard Stewart's name come up once?
No, I mean, if anything, I've heard Jaden McDaniels' name brought up more in the conversations I've had. I have not heard Isaiah Stewart's name once in the few people I've talked to. I guess it works out when you take a win now prospect, but like, really, I mean, you shipped out Luke Kennard, who's already the player you kind of offensively, production wise, you want Sadiq Bey to be. I guess you're avoiding potentially paying into that contract earlier for Luke Kennard, but just an odd move for me. I think they salvaged it a little bit so their first picks, Hayes, Stewart. Hey, if you're a Pistons fan, are you excited that Pistons took 3 picks inside the top 20 and they got Hayes, Stewart, and Sadiq Bey? Is that a winning trio right there? I guess is what you got to ask yourself.
Yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted by the way they've gone here. I don't know. I don't want to give them the, well, here we go, same old Detroit, because it is a new group, but it certainly doesn't look good.
But really, I mean, it's just the Stewart pick is really holding me back now, I guess. And you got to factor in that Kennard's no longer in the picture. But I think Hayes.
Yeah, and they didn't get much for him.
Hayes and Bey.
KOC is very, very happy with the Pistons. He's just said he's a really strong haul for the Pistons. 3 hard-nosed defensive players. Dwayne Casey is going to love coaching these rookies. So KOC is big on the 3 of them.
KOC must have a really good relationship with the new GM there. Was it Troy Weaver? because Stewart doesn't make sense at that spot. There's everybody can look at that pick. This is like saying when the Russell Westbrook Chris Paul trade happened, and everybody said everything that was going to happen that happened. That's kind of like with Isaiah Stewart. He was going to be there 5-6 picks later. There's no reason to take him there. That's my big complaint is if you're talking about a winning organization and doing things the right way, you don't take guys that you can get later. Just
who's still on the board? So who Precious is?
Precious and RJ are both still
clearly
on the board. Those are I'd say those are the top two left right now.
Yep, RJ. One that I think we're getting into a Tyrese Maxey type slide too is worthy of talking about here real shortly.
All right.
I mean, I think there was a lot of talk that Maxey was sliding down draft boards coming into this, but I mean, he's going in the 20s, and a lot of people had him as a lottery pick once the college season ended. So there must have been something in that pre-draft evaluation period that these GMs did not like. I am shocked that RJ is on the board.
Which is kind of funny because we heard the positive talk, the agent spin, as it were, about the rebuilt and retooled jumper of RJ, which maybe is going counter to that otherwise. If you had Peyton Pritchard coming off the board before Isaiah Stewart, Sean, you should redo your draft stock. Yeah, I not only is my Duck bias going to get in the way of that, I will never, ever, ever, ever trust Duck players. As long as Altman's the coach there, and that's not a shot at Altman. He recruits college guys. He does not recruit. That is not an NBA player program. I remember the screams of joy at Troy Brown and how great he was going to be in the NBA.
So we've got an update on the Clippers, Nets, and Detroit trade. So Magruder is going to the Pistons as well.
Making salaries work, I think.
Yeah, and Magruder's he's a decent enough player. I'm a little interested in how that one's going to go. I always like seeing the numbers drop when I start bagging on the Ducks players. That's right. I don't like them. Deal with it. I pegged Precious to go in the top 12. Everybody I talked to said he was one of the other guys that was along with Williams was rising. Because, again, the physical profile. He can be that rim runner. But, I mean, how many fives are in the NBA that can actually handle the ball? Because Precious will play the five a lot in the NBA. How many fives do you trust with the ball in transition? Like, legitimately, like maybe 5-6 guys in the entire league.
Dan.
Yeah.
What's up? Man, it's gonna be really interesting to see when this starts getting to the area where I'm gonna wonder if Portland's making any calls if RJ Hampton slides any further to see if that interest in RJ Hampton was legitimate.
We're already stacked at the 2. We've got McCollum, we've got Trent. Simons is a 2.
Yep.
At what point does RJ get minutes?
I think he's just buying into the rumored talent that he has. And I mean, there's some people that I've talked to in the last week that said, RJ has the skill set of a lottery pick as far as athleticism goes.
There it is. God, that's a great fit. Son of a. Precious is going to the Heat.
Ooh, that is a great fit.
I'm not going to call him Bam 2.0, but profile-wise, it's another true 6'8", 6'9" guy with a dumb high wingspan who can put the ball on the floor, and it doesn't scare the crap out of you. Now, he doesn't have near the playmaking instincts, but that's a good fit if you're going to have a certain way you want your centers to play.
Can they play together? Can they share a front court?
Eventually,
Bam's got to tighten up his jump shot, which he's shown the proclivity to do. He's one of the few guys that has actually shown some shooting improvement when you talk about a guy who wasn't a shooter turning into a shooter. That's a good pick, man. I really like that.
I mean, just having the opportunity to have Udonis Haslem sit next to you and then watch Bam play on the floor and tell you, point to those areas of strength and what he needs to be working on, the little things it's gonna be huge. This is a great Heat pick here. This is how they keep the pipeline stocked there, and they've definitely hit on their young talent in the last couple of years.
Have they though, Steve? Have they? How many rookies have you ever seen perform in an NBA Finals game? I mean, that's just nutty. Oh, Reed, come in. Reed Newcomer, I'm assuming that's you that just popped in. Let's see, Breeze D65, Odd Scrub is around for the Blazers' second round pick. Sorry if you already talked about it recently, just tuned in. We actually haven't talked about Scrub a lot, really at all, and I did it on purpose because I knew we weren't going to get to it. Actually, we're about to the time I figured we'd probably start talking about it, so good timing, buddy. Scrub, as the highest I heard he would go would be 28. Outside of Portland really stretching it for 16. I don't know if you had heard any different, Steve, but that's what I was told. So 28 was the number, and that's anywhere from 28 to 40. If he gets past 40, I will be shocked. More so than I was by Precious, because I know there's at least 2 teams that I know that are after Scrub. Portland being one of them. So. What do we think of Rodney McGruder being included in the 3-way trade with Detroit? I mean, he's a player, but Detroit's in asset collection mode right now. I'll tell you what, the bare minimum, they'll be fun to watch. They got a bunch of guys that are longer, a little more athletic. I can't wrap my head around the Isaiah Stewart thing, though. Is there something that I'm missing there, Steve?
Like I said, I think it's tough to evaluate his college tape for the same reason that I give Jaden McDaniels a little bit of a pass. Is that Washington did not have a true point guard on that team, and that really hindered what Isaiah Stewart could show on the offensive end. Defensively, I think he's going to be fine. He's a guy who can shot block. He's an excellent rebounder. It's just one of those. It just comes down to, I like him as a player. I love him as a player picked 25 to 35. It's just the idea of him going that early. So,
all right, let's run on this. From Aaron Johnson, covers the Pistons. Their current roster at the point, Rose and draft pick Killian Hayes at shooting guard. They've got some names, man. Svi Mihalik, Kyrie Thomas, Rodney McGruder at small forward. Sekou, I'm more convinced that Sekou's still a 4, but that's just me. Then Snell, Ariza, and Sadiq Bey. Blake Griffin, Justin Patton, Isaiah Stewart. I mean, this is pretty much Blake Griffin's getting traded. I mean, there's no way they're going to let him play with that team, right? Right?
Derrick Rose surely's gone as well. Surely.
I mean, you look at that.
These might be guys that stick around till the deadline, though. Like, I think they play. I think they probably start the season there.
Is this a season? Are you of the mind that the bigger trades, if they aren't made immediately, are going to be deadline deals? Is this one of those years where you're going to see some of those expiring and some of the bigger deals move to the deadline as teams try to financially work their way around things?
I would assume so. I think as the harsh reality probably is going to set in across the league as this season goes on, as far as the financials and the potential that we are not going to have fans back in these stadiums this year at all, which I think that is the way things are trending. I think you're going to see a lot of these bigger deal moves, especially in losing situations. Some of these teams really try to get off those contracts and try to see a little more fireworks at the deadline, especially with teams trying to, you're going to be loading up for a much better free agent class next year. So you're going to see teams more driven to free up cap space but still remain relevant. So that's where you might get a guy who's on, that big expiring deal where you're going to go after, an Andre Drummond and get that big cap chunk and maybe give out some young assets that you don't necessarily want to part with, but you actually really do want to try to get as much salary off your books going forward.
Which, again, next offseason is the offseason, not just Giannis. There's a bunch of other guys that are going to be up for extensions as well. So it'll be interesting if it goes that way. Let's see. Hope Portland does something out of character here. That's from Reed. Yeah, I would hope that they find a way here. As Steve and I were talking about earlier, the price really to move up at this point in time is a couple seconds, an end of rotation player. I mean, I could see a team who needed a roster guy. I could see a Hazonia in a second being enough to move up at this point. I'd like to see Portland take a flyer. I mean, I think that's the case here. There's some guys on the board that I didn't expect to be here because guys like Isaiah Stewart got picked early.
Maxey sounds like Maxey's off the board to Philadelphia.
That's a good pick.
I was just going back to tanking, Dan. This might be too kind of narrow-minded to say, but given that crowds won't be in the majority of arenas, is this the year to tank? You're not going to be...
You're probably not going to pay the price for it, in watchability in that sense. You're not going to get massacred by the fans.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's fair. The only thing is I think some teams might be a little bit worrisome of doing that because you still want the TV revenue because that's going to be your main source of revenue. And if your ratings are just getting pummeled, like the Knicks, they can tank and still pull in $1 billion because they're the freaking Knicks. But OKC, Clay Bennett's been a guy who's been a little tight with the money in the past. I'm sure they're not thrilled about the idea, but they've collected so many assets that they could be back very quickly. So I think you can swallow that this year. But to your overall point, I mean, there's some teams that are going to be quote unquote tanking in OKC and New Orleans, who
Houston.
Yeah, Houston. It's kind of funny. That's three ownership groups that are notoriously tight. Weird. Huh.
I think that the count, like touching on the TV revenue side of this, I think it makes sense to say, oh well, no fans, this is the year. But also, I think it's easier to sell a bad team in a decent market to fans of saying, hey, come out to the arena, buy concessions, and come watch
Get the cheap packages.
Come watch LeBron James come play in Detroit. Come watch. It's a lot harder to say, hey, you know what you should do on Tuesday night? Tune in at 7:00 to Fox Sports Michigan to watch the Pistons get.
And that's
absolutely
FanDuel
pummeled.
Sports Network.
Oh, sorry.
They're all getting
watch
bought and
Sadiq Bey
sold
play
off.
48
So.
minutes.
What was that,
Tune in-
Adrian?
Tune in to watch Sadiq Bey play 48 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
if you're a young dude who likes to play, though, that's got to be kind of cool. Like, you're going to go to it's a great thing is you're going to go to Detroit, and the arena's going to be empty even when COVID is gone. So it's just getting you used to it right out of the gate. Zary says, Blazers, please work on a streaming option so non-cable people can throw you some money. There are options out there as a NBC contractor. There are a couple that you can get. I have to be careful what I say here. But
I personally, I
There
do
you
not
go.
have cable, but I do Hulu Live. I have a package that includes the Blazers. Before PlayStation View went under, that is how I watched.
and just
Yeah,
as an aside, this is the last year of the TV deal. Although I don't have any inside information, I fully expect NBC to get the rights back again. And with the way that things are shifting in this sphere, I would fully believe that the digital rights package will be a big part of this, and there will be a streaming solution that makes sense for the entirety of the state to be able to watch it. It's definitely a back and forth between NBC and the other cable companies that nobody won. in that circumstance, and it sucked that it went out the way that it did. So
It's watching from Australia. It's really, really easy. League Pass does it all. It's,
yeah, International League Pass being like 19 times better than the League Pass we have here is the most on-brand crap I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, it's the same reality that, Premier League fans in America lived through, where for so long we had access to everything.
Oh God,
as far as
that was the
Premier League.
best thing ever. That NBC, like you could on the Xbox, on PlayStation, you could watch and record every single Premier League match. You could get like alternate commentators. It was the best. And then they're like, "Hey, we can actually charge the Americans more for this and make it a worse product."
Yeah, they got us hooked, man.
They bastardized the hell out of that product, and I hate it. It's so bad now.
But the one thing that amazed me is when I was in America 10 months ago, I could use my Australian League Pass while being in the US. So it actually...
It kept your VPN?
No, I ran it off my phone. So my phone...
Yeah, but it's set to Australia. Your wireless network is set to Australia, so it's going to default to that. That's what I should start doing. I'm going to be honest. I'll admit I've changed my Xbox to Australia to get releases early.
A day early.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, I did that a couple times. The Australian servers weren't that bad because there's never anybody on them, so even the ping wasn't that bad. Yeah, the blackout stuff, I would assume also, not just the NBA, but just professional sports in general, if the next big TV deals have blackouts in them, I will be wildly surprised. Just because everybody realizes now, especially with like the bubble and more people work from home and more people being around home, the amount of revenue they're losing by not capitalizing on people being at home versus the blackouts because of market restrictions and all this other negotiated crap is just the dumbest thing. And it makes you want to just like, come on, man, really? So it's one of those situations. So, I don't get too mad about it. Well, we're going like what, 3 hours strong here now, which again, thank you everybody who's watching. Again, I see between YouTube and Twitch, we've got about 154 viewers right now, so that number's held pretty damn steady the entire time. So thank you all very much. Please like, please subscribe, please follow. I'm not asking for your money. I'm just asking you to build the following up so that I can get all the tools behind the stuff that I need to, so I can make this easier, so that I can do this more often without crazy amount of effort. And immediately somebody did subscribe. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Whatever platform you're on, it does actually help me out as far as the tools that are available to me based on their metrics. So, and once I build this stuff out, SB Nation can use it as a platform and kind of use this stuff going forward. But thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Steve, Adrian. I know, Adrian, you took the day off to celebrate draft day, and then the Blazers traded away their first round pick.
Wow.
We actually have the next pick in. So Denver taking Zeke Naji. Is that how we say it? Naji?
Wow.
Wow. Denver is feeling themselves.
Can't do any wrong down in Denver, and if you mention it to them, they will come at you. Denver draft Twitter is not messing around.
Wow.
So pick your battles carefully, folks.
They will come for you. 150 plus viewers, 0 of us are wearing pants. I actually put on like actual pants, but I went flip-flops, so
no pants here, buddy.
I was like, you know what if I get up in the middle of the show and I walk backwards, because the bedroom's right behind me. This is my office that connects to the bedroom right now. I was like, what if I have to get up during the show? Like, I should probably put some pants on. So I put real pants on.
What's the deal with Naji?
Do you want to take this one, Steve?
How
do you like your steak? Raw.
Nice player. I think he's a project. Definitely benefited from playing with
the opposite of Isaiah Stewart.
Exactly. He had Nico Mannion, who's one of the most polished point guards in this entire class, who's probably looks like he's gonna fall either the late first round or second round at this point, obviously. Fit the system well. is a good role guy. He has the measurements, he has the athleticism. I just don't know if he showed enough to be selected this early. I'd have to. I mean, now that Precious is off the board, this makes some sense. I think there's a realm where you could argue that he is the best remaining big man. So,
is he?
That's what I'm trying to see. Who else is? I just want to make sure I'm not massively overlooking.
What about Udoka?
I'm mixed on Udoka. I'm not the best person to ask on that. I think it's kind of. I think I can make the similar argument for Udoka.
Like Richards isn't it.
I like Xavier Tillman more now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Oh God, Tillman's still there. Good God.
Yeah. But really, I mean, it's not too crazy. I just think if you're Denver, you can pick anybody here, and you have to like what's going on in your front court with likely. I mean, they're locking up Grant long term, and I would assume. I mean, Jokic is there long term, obviously, and then Michael Porter Jr. is also in that front court. I mean, I guess if you're looking at center depth. And big man depth, this makes sense, but I don't know.
How surprised would you be if Portland moved back in and they took a point guard like Trey?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think Trey was someone actually I thought of today, honestly. I just don't know. I mean, I guess they've had a lot of success with Gary out of Duke, very similar type route that Gary took, except I mean the additional year obviously. But man, I think the longer Hampton stays on the board, the more likely I'm to see if Portland
takes a flyer,
how serious they were about their interest in him. Another guy I'm watching right now for these teams at the back end of the lottery is Desmond Bane. I'm kind of surprised he's still on the board. I think he was a guy I heard a lot lot.
He's one of the safer prospects.
Yeah.
A couple people in here asking us, or people were surprised that why the laughter at Najee or why the wow with Zeke. It's not that he's not a decent player or he doesn't project well. It's that I don't think anybody had him pegged for another probably 15 picks. I mean, that's again, it's pick your poison. And Steve and I have talked about this a lot over the last couple of weeks. That you could see anybody go at any particular spot really after 16, but it's still when you hear that. You know, you expect the guy to go around 40, and all of a sudden they're in the 20s. It's not an insignificant rise. Like when their draft stock nearly gets cut or goes up double. It's a little surprising.
And I think why this is also for me why it's surprising is we're in that range where these are good teams, and these are teams that are not addressing direct needs. And I just think that there's other guys that have higher upside and more value at that pick than Zeke had. I think Zeke's a fine player. I think especially when you're looking at big men, he was one of the better big men that was left on the board, especially with Precious off the board now. But still, I think there's guys out there that you could get more value out of at this pick.
Going back to Grant, I had a question. Are we kind of in hindsight a bit? Should Portland have done the deal that Denver did for Grant coming out of OKC 12 months ago, 15, 16 months ago, whatever it was?
Oh, I think I advocated for it at the time. I think Jeremy Grant would have been a perfect fit in Portland.
I mean, what did Denver give up? They gave up a first, and what else?
Right now,
surely Portland could have done the same deal.
Yeah, but that's again the hesitation that we saw from Portland really for the last, until 2 nights ago. So it's been 8 years of that. Hey, what's up, Var? Appreciate you stopping by, man. Hour 3, you stepping in. I know you're a late night guy. Here's the thing. Somebody said fair enough on Najee. It's not about production in college. I typically don't care about production numbers as far as like how they impact a game in college. It's about how they get them, where they get them, when they get them, and what happens to get there more than anything else. So I when I look at that stuff, I'm just it's one of those things where I just go, okay, sure. But again, it's more about projection than my laugh was like, are you kidding me? This is 20 picks early. That's a hell of a jump. That's not an insignificant jump.
So the Knicks have picked at 23. They've got Leandro Bolmaro.
Ooh, Bolmaro. That's an interesting pick this early.
That's a little early.
He's someone who has the skills to back it up. He was someone I was hoping that was going to kind of fall into Portland's range, but yeah, I mean he was in my second round potential sleeper.
The Knicks taking him was a little bit surprising. I would have figured they would have gone with RJ, but I guess they already have one RJ.
Well, and I mean, speaking of RJs, though, I mean, the RJ that they have, this is I kind of a clunky fit between the two. You have two
non-shooters,
two create best with the ball in their hand type forward wing young players that need development
and that can't shoot,
and you're going to stack them on top of each other. So I mean, if one hits, but.
We'll get somebody coming in with the top rope. Rocco Trades needs in some way produce an NBA championship, otherwise F grade. Expiring 2 first-round picks is a lot for a player who misses 20 games a season. No, it's not.
Sorry, guys. There's been a trade on that Bolmaro. So Bolmaro is now going to Minnesota. Looks like it. For number 25 and number 30.
The team that has D'Angelo Russell and Ricky Rubio and Jarrett Culver wants Bolmaro. Huh.
Just 15 guards on the roster.
Yeah,
Portland and Cat.
They need somebody athletic on that team, for the love of God. Is there anybody on that team that can actually move side to side and cares one bit about defense? I guess you can zig when everybody else zags. I mean, that's one way to go. Teams are loading up on defenders and 3-and-D guys, and the Wolves are like, nah, give us the slow, unathletic playmakers that can't shoot.
I think the Wolves have targeted players that it feels like that you could potentially swing to that playmaking stretch 4 type player. But I mean, obviously Bolmaro doesn't stretch the floor, but he's definitely a playmaker at a position that could potentially play at power forward. But like you said, defensively, this.
Oh yeah, and I forgot about Beasley too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they can't stop anybody. What the hell is going on with his team? That's the other thing. You got Beasley on this team, and then you brought in Rubio. How many guards do they want? They're just going to end up trading it all back to Phoenix for Devin Booker. Rubio's going to go back to Phoenix. That's how this is going to work. Do you think Westbrook gets the Knicks? It's the funniest place for him to land. If I'm being honest, I'd love to see him go back go to New York. Watching him and Melo, the Jordan Brand guys in New York. Oh, yeah.
That's a big assumption. Isn't Melo coming back to Portland? He's been telling us. Hang on. No, we've got confirmation on Klay Thompson. Achilles.
It's just, yeah.
Chris Haynes just reported it.
Yeah, I was hoping that was not going to be true.
Yep.
So an ACL and an Achilles.
The Brian Freeman special, man.
Yeah.
That's it. A lot of the times, I mean, Brian has it. If you can go back, I can't think of the name of the title, but Brian Freeman really covered this about what is so dangerous about an Achilles injury is the potential for a compensation injury later on or directly following, those 2 injuries in quick succession. Either way, in whatever order they happen in, those tend to come hand in hand.
Do the Warriors make the playoffs?
They're still, yeah.
I think they have the talent to do it.
So we're talking 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Not to be morbid, but that opens up a door for Portland to be a top 4 team.
And for it to happen in practice as well, that's pretty crushing.
Yeah, it's
not that it's good anytime, but
no, it's not. Sorry, I'm trying to get a little more information on, and everybody keeps telling me it's not good. So yeah, Var, no, it sucks. Anytime you see star players go down, It sucks. Even a guy like Westbrook, I will forever defend Westbrook against Patrick Beverley with that shit he pulled, taking his knees out and blowing his knee out, and then literally doing it to him the next time they played each other.
Sorry, Dan. New Orleans have just picked Hampton and trading him to Denver.
Wow.
They got their Malik Beasley replacement.
Yep.
Yep.
Man, if he turns out to be a lottery player,
And they got another one that fell out of nowhere. And a future pick is going to New Orleans.
if Hampton and
Porter Jr.
Jr. hit their potential, that's a dangerous combo, especially in the pick and roll.
Oh, athletically, you're not going to be able to match that.
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's gross, for being honest.
Yeah.
That's some of the most dynamic athleticism. If they have, like, Porter can already shoot the living hell out of the ball. That's what I don't think people realize, because he was just taking guys off the bounce at will. Yeah, that's incredible. That's a great job by Denver. Denver loves picking players who drop. Yeah. But I also got a nice dinner out of Bol Bol last year, because Brian Noah was convinced he'd be a lottery player, and I knew for a fact that he was going to be outside the first round. It's the easiest dinner I ever got. Since we kind of hinted at it, is Melo coming back to Portland? Anybody want to put dinner on that? Because I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anybody want to put the dinner on yes?
I think we'll know maybe by the end of the day tomorrow, or it depends on how early they're going to announce those MLE signings.
Yeah. So, yeah, Denver getting all this luck in the draft is super annoying. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Porter Jr. and Beasley, if he hits, that's pretty annoying. Obviously, Jokic was 41, 42 in the draft. Beasley was not a early guy. You got to give him credit, man. I mean, as far as drafting goes, and honestly, they've had some bad luck too. Donovan Mitchell was a Denver Nugget draft pick that they traded away. So was Gobert too, wasn't he? I think Gobert was a Nugget draft pick that got traded away too. So
he was.
So the Nuggets have paid their penance in stupidity as far as giving away draft picks.
There was a great back and forth between the fan blogs of the Nuggets and the Jazz today, where the Jazz were kind of rubbing some of their picks. They were rubbing Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert in the Nuggets' face, and the Nuggets site promptly responded with, "Yes, it got you a 3-1 lead in the playoffs. That's usually really good." So some shots.
So going back to Thompson, do the Warriors move Wiseman for someone who can help them right now?
No, not now.
I don't think you mortgage the future.
No.
Like that.
Especially if this all of a sudden turns out that Clay's body's broken down. This is kind of go back to what we were talking about a couple hours ago. Clay's got some miles on him, man. Yeah. I mean, they played a lot of games in that span. He's picked up some injuries that are pretty serious. So it'll be interesting. And yeah, and they point out that Beasley was the Aflalo pick. Yeah, I know, Randy. That's
OKC have taken Emmanuel quickly, and it's going to the Knicks.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
I was like, still quickly mocked anywhere from 35 on. Did anybody have quickly that high? I don't think so, right? He was a 35 to 40 guy.
Yeah.
So
if all these 35 to 40 guys are going in the 20s, and what's happening to all these guys who are mocked in the 20s?
Well, I think this is something that we've hit on. I've already hit on tonight. There is just this whole range of players where everybody
basically after 16 was.
It was even before that for me. I think from 12 on, I think everybody's board was different. And when I respond with, "Oh, okay," it doesn't mean that it was necessarily a bad pick. It was just something that I didn't see on my board, and everybody's board is different. Obviously, there's people who make a lot more money than I do following this. So that's a credit
Brian,
to Coach Cal. I mean, that's getting his guys in good position.
They keep doing it. Var, if you're Warriors, do you try to move Wiseman and Wiggins for Beal, or Wiggins and picks for Beal? As far as I understand it, Beal is not going anywhere right now. If he is to be moved, number one, they'll attempt to move John Wall first, and then it will go to Beal at the deadline. That's as far as I understand it right now. So.
Just a quick one from Brian Windhorse. So the Knicks are shopping pick 33. Are we thinking that might be a spot for the Blazers?
That's absolutely a spot. That's absolutely a spot.
That might be one to look at.
Who's the most surprising guy left on the board, Steve? Jaden, Theo, Nico, Cassius, Trey, Tillman, Terry, Ramsey.
Start from the top one more time.
I skipped a couple, went their best available ranked, but Jaden, Theo, Nico, Cassius, Trey, Tillman, Bane, Ramsey, Terry.
I think I like Bane out of that group, really. I mean, I think Jaden's a super interesting pick as well, but there's a lot of stuff as far as his decision making, some of his demeanor on the court that obviously did not earn him any favors in the last season at Washington. But I think Desmond Bane is as close to a safe pick in this draft as you're going to get.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm surprised Cassius hasn't gone. Really, the point guards. Nico, I'm not surprised about. He's got T-Rex arms. That was always going to come back and bite him, even if he can't run a floor. But
I think Nico's kind of destined to try to walk the path that TJ McConnell walked in a lot of ways. And that's not because I think it's just because of the skill. Like, they were very competent players at the college level as point guards that were not athletically gifted. But I think Nico is going to have a place in this league. But...
Yeah, no, he's too smart of a player not to. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the thing is, there's a lot of point guards left, which is crazy to think about. You got Theo, Nico, Cassius, Trey, Malachi, Ramsey, Terry, and yes, I'm skipping over Pritchard.
Pritchard.
But I mean,
really, Grant Riller's another really smart.
Do you think he's going to get drafted?
I think he's one of those guys who could end up on a two-way contract. But
yeah.
If he does and he ends up in the G League next year, that guy is going to put up crazy numbers. He is a pick and roll machine.
Well, that's what you get when you go to like a Charleston. You fly under the radar. He's a 3-year guy.
I believe so.
You just said Peyton Pritchard. Boston have got Peyton Pritchard at 26.
They did it.
He went to Boston.
Hats off to that agent.
Oh, God. The white point guard went to Boston, huh?
From Oregon.
Oh, God.
Danny Ainge 2.0.
Oh, thank you guys for following and subscribing. I do appreciate it.
Wow.
I cannot believe that they took him. Shout out to his agent, because nobody I talked to had Peyton going anywhere in the first. The highest I think I heard him that said he would take him was 50. Unbelievable. Good for him, though.
I think, because I'll probably be the only one out of me and Dan that's going to say anything positive here. I would say that in a season like this, where you're going to have a very short camp and it's going to be very awkward for rookies, I would say Peyton Pritchard, for him being able to be productive for so long in college and show that he can be a floor general and run an offense and adapt to a changing cast of teammates throughout his career, I think he's a guy that is he's interesting if you're looking for some minutes in that first season, and I think he's one of the few rookies potentially at that position that could play a little bit. And I think he has the chops and the experience that a lot of these guys don't. And as much as we like to poke fun at Oregon, they have played at a very high level for the last couple of years, and he does have some significant experience.
Oh, for sure. And in that regard, is like, when I look at him, I see a Steve Blake-esque point guard. And not just because he's a white guy, but because of how he plays. He's a three-point shooting, floor setting, limited athletically. He's just that he is what he is. When I saw that comparison to Van Vliet, though, I just, come on, guys. And somebody in here said ESPN had him in the mid-20s in their mock. Yeah, that's because Uncle Phil paid him to. Like, I mean, do we need to go down the list of Oregon NBA players that have been mocked higher than anybody had them?
Hey, Mighty Joe Young had a great season last season in China.
Yeah,
So.
Joe Young, Bol Bol, all the talk around Bol, Troy Brown,
Hey.
Dylan Brooks.
I'm gonna hold off on the Bol slander because I think
I'm just talking about draft profile. Like, he could be used. Ironically, probably the most useful player that's come out of Oregon in the last 6-7 years, it was the one with the lowest profile in Chris Boucher. So, well, apparently we lost Adrian's camera. I wish he would have told me he was going to do that before doing that. So let me go ahead and try and switch things around here.
He's back.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
If you're gonna do that, give me a heads up, man, so I can switch things around.
Potentially take a little break here, Dan. Circle back for the
Sure.
strong second round.
We'll go ahead and finish for the last little bit, guys. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. That will allow me to assuage my wife and keep her from killing me while eating some almonds and continuing to be not as fat.
All right.
Be right back, guys.
Sorry, before we go, Utah have taken Udoka.
There it is. That's a good pick.
The Jazz have taken Udoka.
Nice. We can go with that. It's a good one to end on. All right, we'll be right back, folks.
Big dog status, I'm a big dog vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a spoken weed with all that. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. So ask him better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that I did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. We big dog. We come out the pound, so we big dog. Heavy petty gun, they break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to lift off. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a spoken weed with all that. Yeah, big dog status, I'm a big dog vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a spoken weed with all that. Fall in line, yeah. We got sticks like a Columbine, yeah. Running up the dollar signs, yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow kinds, yeah. Bring up like the Taliban, that's my paper, don't you bottom mine, yeah. Heavy paddock on me, break my wrist off, yeah. Lift off, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a spoken weed with all that, yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette.
put your mind to it. Wake up, I'm on to the next. New day, I gotta do my best. Every day I put the work in, the grind never stop, you ain't never see me rest. See me on top, I never fall. I speak my truth and turn it to law. Do it for the drive, you know it's really my passion. Never gonna stop me, really I'll make it happen. I gotta get up and grab it. The money want me to have it. What more could I say? I'm top billing. I grew from the dirt, guess I had to make a million. I grew up, I swear I rose from the valley. Every day I put the work in, I gotta keep a tally on beat. Pockets stay heavy, when you see me don't leech. Falling days in the streets, had homies in the struggle. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, crosslands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no champion for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears. We keeping hitters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. It's a day, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, work too hard to drop. Stop clocks on this
End of a first round. It's a really busy end of a first round. So, welcome back in, Steve and Adrian. And I guess it's the home stretch now. We're probably not going to stay till pick 60. I assume we'll probably be on here for probably 15, 20 more minutes. Kind of see if Portland... Well, we'll get at least a Portland second round pick. Which means we'll get to their pick and then they'll trade it. But we'll push through to that point, and then we'll probably tie some things up, take a look at free agency again. And honestly, we'll probably take a look at doing something like this again on Friday as free agency kind of hits. But yeah, this has been fun. This has been cool. It hasn't been as crazy as I thought it was going to be, as I was led to believe. The front end of the draft pretty much went scripted. One guy fell in Denny. One guy in Patrick Williams rose up, and that was pretty much all she wrote. Keep the scrub hope alive. Yeah, Randy. I would say Scrub is still firmly in the Blazers' sights. They are lasering in on him.
That pick 33 from the Knicks looks interesting. They're trying to shop that around. That might be the opportunity that Neil needs to land Scrub if he can.
I also think we got some insight on kind of what these second round picks value wise are going to be doing. It looks like the Jazz did basically a small salary dump with the 38th pick to get rid of Tony Bradley. So that's a market that Portland can definitely get in on if they want to get into the 30s by the looks of that.
Who are you thinking?
Who did I mention earlier? Some of the teams that now that some trades have gone down, I'm trying to think of what the order looks like exactly because I don't want to misspeak. But I think the Kings were the team that stood out for me because they had a couple picks in that range, and just judging by Portland, I mean it was a previous regime, but
That
Portland does
relationship
have
is
a-
still strong.
yeah, Portland has a trade history with the Kings, so I would imagine that was those were the picks I was kind of watching there. But the next one is interesting.
So you got Toronto and Boston up next, and then Minnesota, Charlotte, Dallas, Charlotte, Minnesota, Philly, Sacramento. But a lot of those picks are picks that are owed to other teams. So,
Yeah, it's gonna be real. I think this is. I'm trying to think of guys who are left that teams would be just begging to move up for, and you're starting to get into that. Teams talking themselves into the Desmond Bains, the Xavier Tillmans. I mean, Theo's still on the board, but I was not high on Theo at all in this entire process. So I'll be interested to see where he actually gets selected. But
Dan, have we got the TLC teed up if we do select Scrub? Is that all been sorted in your
yeah,
preparation?
no, it's nothing's working. I have one screen that works tonight, and that's this one, which you can see my nice cursor as I scroll over. So,
we'll do it live.
yeah.
So.
I'm kind of like sitting here waiting. I think that's where we're at that. We've reached that point of the night now where it's waiting time. Like, okay, what's going to happen next?
Well, McDaniels is gone.
Yep, McDaniels to Minnesota. Man, Minnesota.
So Edwards, Bolmaro, McDaniels, and Rubio.
It's an odd draft haul.
Right?
I like the McDaniels pick for him though. I think he's interesting.
Is Bolmaro a stash candidate?
I would imagine so. I don't know what his contract is like with Barcelona though.
In the first round, is that typical to have stash?
It's not unheard of to have first round stash guys. It's typically much more likely in the second round because of the guaranteed money. But it's one of those things where I can't get a real feel on it. I don't know, man.
I like McDaniel's fit potentially next in that stretch forward position potentially. There's just it just feels like Minnesota's got a lot of decisions to make with the roster spots they have, what they traded for with Denver, and what that looks like going forward, and how they kind of shuffle this all around. Because I mean, they definitely made it a point to target, Jake Layman last year. They got Wancho at the deadline, along with Beasley.
Malachi Flynn at 29. It's a good pick for Toronto.
Yep, that's a good Toronto. That is a guy in my last feature about this draft was I said Malachi Flynn is a Spurs or Raptors type player, and it makes sense to see him go to the Raptors here.
Being an understudy to Kyle Lowry, that's a pretty decent landing spot.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, he may be playing in Buffalo this season,
or Nashville,
or Nashville. If you've been in Toronto for like the last 5 years, are you really complaining about playing in Nashville? Like, legitimately, are you like, oh, this is terrible. I have to be in Nashville all winter? Damn. Like, not that Nashville's like tropical, but it's not freaking Toronto.
Yeah.
Just, yay.
Guys, just a quick weather update in Melbourne. It's now reached 90 degrees Fahrenheit at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So,
and it is getting brighter, and Steve's background is basically just interior light now. There's no sun left.
Yep. I'm all dark out there.
Yeah, I need the Blazers to hurry up and make a pick before my wife kills me. We've reached that stage of the night. She has had a long day, and she's a little afraid of coming into the back room here and making some noise and accidentally appearing on the podcast / radiocast / TV cast. And yeah, Var says the Toronto should go to Tampa. The Tampa Bay Raptors.
There you go.
Tampa Bay Raptors.
Stop.
God, that was the dumbest thing. Listen, man, I know you're a Dolphins fan, but you and I can both agree on the fact that we both hate Tom Brady.
I mean,
realistically, Tom Brady's probably done more damage and harm to the Raiders than he has the Dolphins, just because the Dolphins didn't matter for so long.
it hurts me.
Who's Tom Brady? Who's Tom Brady? I'm a Saints fan. He's lost twice to us this year.
My thing is the Dolphins were the AFC East for so long.
Yeah.
And the Patriots and Tom Brady have changed that.
Boston is trading 30.
Yeah.
The fact that it says Boston is moving the 30th pick per source on Woj, that kind of makes you think.
Yeah.
If Portland's making a move, Woj is going to know about it.
Yep.
Keep refreshing.
Oh yeah, no, just tick 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 tick. I got my Woj and Shams. Somebody said it must be for Collins. It's not that bad. And again, a big shout out to everybody for hanging out for 4 hours. We've had consistently over 100 to anywhere 100 150. I think we topped out at just under 200 viewers, which
Memphis picks going to Memphis.
Interesting. They're not going to want a point guard.
Who is it? Is this Bane they're moving up for?
That was my thought. Floor raiser. Like, if you look at who's available, it's a pile of point guards.
Well, he's like the opposite. He's the anti-Dylan Brooks. So.
Yeah. I mean, unless they wanted some jaw insurance, they could go for like a Trey Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, Woodard's still there too.
Yeah, Woodard's an interesting pick here.
If I had to put money down, it's between Woodard and
a lot of Elijah Hughes
Bane.
top two before coming into the draft as well.
Were they linked to him?
What?
Were they linked to Hughes?
I didn't hear them directly, but he was a name that everybody was.
Desmond Bane.
Desmond Bane.
It is Desmond. Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like that's a good pick. I'm on board with that. Memphis is doing really well. Mullins Basement Gaming. Shiloh's showing up. Thanks for showing up, buddy. Appreciate you. We're getting close to the Blazers pick here, hopefully. And we've devolved to the point of the night where we're talking about a team moving to Seattle again. So we know we're getting late in the evening. This is eventually where every NBA conversation gets to when you've been talking about it for like 4 or 5 hours straight. It's one of those, hey. What's funny is for everybody that's coming and going here, it's like, oh yeah, they've been going for 4 hours. We've been talking about this for like 6 weeks going into this. So a lot of this is rehashed, but I kind of want to
say in an hour's time we'll be talking about getting a team in Australia. That's the point where we're moving to at the moment.
No.
Oh, I'm wondering. Now my board's. It's definitely we're getting firmly into the second round guys now. Bane was kind of my last. This guy should be a first round pick. I mean, I guess Theo's there too. So looks like Theo just got
and Nico.
Well, here's your perfect timing tweet. Vicini, Trey Jones, Tyrell Terry, Robert Woodard, Xavier Tillman, and Grant Ryler. Only guys I had first round grades on who didn't go in round 1. Bit surprised on Tyrell Terry.
Just a quick housekeeping. So Denver has sent a lottery protected first round pick to New Orleans for Hampton.
Man, that's a
low price.
That's going to be an interesting setup.
God dang. They're going to treat RJ Hampton the same way they treated Michael Porter Jr. Like when all of a sudden, like, we don't really need him to play. We'll just keep him in this development system, and then they'll unleash him a year later. Like, oh yeah, by the way, he can take every one of your perimeter guards off the bounce. Good luck, bye.
Fingers crossed we have a summer league next year, and everyone's going to go, oh, I forgot about RJ Hampton, and he's the type of guy who wins summer league MVP.
I could see Terry being that guy.
Yeah.
He's such a lights out shooter. I can see him just going in there and just going bonkers.
So that's the first round done.
Yeah, we are in the books, and I am fading quickly. Shiloh says they can take me in the second round if they want. I don't have much going on in December. Listen, I mean they're going to be hiding for bodies here pretty soon. That's for damn sure. I'm really interested to see if Portland even takes anybody now. I'm reaching that point. I've reached out to a few people. Nobody's hearing anything, which could mean they're not doing anything or they are doing something. You never know with Portland. That's the fun game, is trying to read between the lines. But I mean, here we are. It's one of those situations where there's a couple guys that fell, but beyond that, it's been pretty quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen this Malachi Flynn family photo where they're all wearing wife beaters?
Yeah, I don't think that's the preferred nomenclature, Dan.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. White tank tops. Listen, okay? I mean, come on.
I have not.
It's a terrifying photo. And then the women are wearing like cheetah nighties. I mean, I don't know if the camera will
I don't
pick it
need
up.
that. I don't need that in my life.
It'll focus on it, maybe.
I'm a hard out on the McPoyle family.
Nope. It's terrifying stuff, for being honest. We've reached all the way down to the depths and the depths. You know, we should. Oh, there it is, Tyrell Terry. Dallas. They've got their next Jason Terry. That's actually pretty funny.
Terry to Terry.
I mean, the Terry. That's a good pick. That's a really good pick. And you don't have to give him guaranteed money if you're Dallas. No. Now, we're to the point where the second round deals, this is where you can make some serious hay. Portland did a great job with Gary Trent Jr., obviously, here. He was picked at 31 or 32. They traded back into 31.
I think. Oh, I'd have to look it up to know for sure. I mean, really, Dallas. I mean, on a side note, Dallas loading up on Pac-12 guys here. So, just some Pac-12 guards headed to Coach Carlisle down there. I think both guys. I love the Josh Green pick for them.
A defensive-minded athlete that can swing 2 to 3 and cover Luka. Yeah, no, that's a really good fit.
And Tyrell,
I think we're calling Dallas the new Australia now, with the list of Aussies that had on their roster for the last years. Ryan Brokoff, Andrew Bogut.
I forgot Brokoff was an Aussie. Oh, there you go.
He grew up about 20 kilometers from where I am now. So,
for those wondering, that's about 11 miles.
Far that is.
Sorry, I'm talking in the bloody metric system.
Dare you use a system?
That's why we don't have the quarter pounder.
Do you think moving on from Ariza has anything to do with him not going to the bubble or any of the other stuff? No. He's just old, an expiring deal. They got a better player. They got a better asset, a better fit. I think Portland fans got to see that Ariza, that the bar for forwards has been so low for so long that Ariza looked like, wow, a great player. I've seen a lot of people like, what are they going to do without Trevor Ariza? This is before he was traded. And it's night and day just how bad Portland's wings have been basically since Batum and Matthews. And even then, that's not like the perfect setup. So there's definitely some beer goggles, some defensive wing goggles for the sake of this that were in place. Covington does pretty much everything that Ariza does better, realistically. Ariza might have a slightly better handle. That was because of his playmaking, creation, shot closeout days with the Lakers. But just about
He's
everything
6
else
years
is really
younger.
good to Covington.
He's 6 years younger in his prime. That's
Yeah, and that's a big thing.
clear
Like,
upgrade.
and you and I talked about this, Steve. Was that last week? Like, there's a big difference between 30 and 36, especially in NBA years. That like, you can be smart enough to make up for some of that stuff, but if you're talking about trying to take on guys nightly, nah, man. We get to see a good version of Ariza, but that was like, what, 21 games when he basically got to kind of chill out in Sacramento before that. I don't think he would have been able to play a full 72 where they're going to play every other night. It's a good move.
Do you take Ariza at 29 or do you take Covington at 29?
Wait, what?
Do you take Ariza at 29 or Covington at 29?
Ariza was still, I mean, he was a key cog at 29. So
Yeah, that's pre-Wizards days, right?
that would have been.
Yeah, or Houston.
He's still with the Lakers at that? No, he's a Hornets.
Yeah, he was still a good player. I'd probably take Ariza then.
Yeah, he was Washington into Houston.
Oh, if he had been with the Wizards, then no. That the Wizards took his soul.
6 years ago, he started at Houston 6 years ago.
Yeah, first year Houston.
Okay, so he's still viable then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably still lean that way. But yeah, when he went to the Wizards, it was pretty much done.
He had 2 stints with the Wizards.
Do we think?
It-
I'm talking about the second stint. The second stint was just hell for him. Do you think we get little backing up Rocco if Hood doesn't re-sign? Hood did opt out. We talked about this a little bit ago, and there was some confusion about his bird rights. They do have his early bird rights, which means 175%, which means for this, it's roughly $10 million they can offer him. If they bring him back, I'd expect it to be somewhere in the realm of $10 million a year. I wouldn't be surprised to see anywhere between 3 for 25 up to 3 for 30. Just kind of a handshake agreement in the background when Hood left Cleveland and came to Portland. But they have his bird rights. They'll take everything else first.
32 in. So Charlotte have taken
What?
Gary Jr.
Whoa.
This is
LaMelo Ball and Vernon Carey Jr.
Well, Vernon Carey doesn't have to travel very far, just up the coastline. So, well, from his home in Florida. So Vernon Carey, shout out to the Miami Dolphins. Vernon Carey Sr., former first-round draft pick of Miami.
I'm a little blown away by Carey going there.
Yeah. I mean, I think they came into tonight wanting a big man. So, I mean, I could see him as a team justifying him as being the best big man available. Still.
It's a little weird. I thought of him, honestly, as a two-way guy. I had him and Nick Richards in the same bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon McIntyre, thoughts on Blazers getting Chris Dunn? We need someone to take some minutes off Dame and CJ's plate. Dunn's not going to be a guy that does that in that regard. He's a defensive stopper. If Portland got him for, I don't know, BAE. Yeah, that's probably about right. Probably BAE, because he's not a vet min guy, because he is a plus defender, a very high plus defender. But the ball in his hands is a nightmare. So I guess you could. You'd have to have a lot of shooting on the floor to compensate for. When you have a guard that can't shoot, that is the hardest thing in the world to cover up for. A forward that can't shoot, who can take his physical tools and be a mismatch in transition or generate points off of the open floor, that's easier to compensate for. A big who can't shoot, well, you can rim roll him. You can hit him on backdoor cuts. Guards, man, that's a tough sell. It really is. If you can't shoot, and Chris Dunn can't shoot, That's a tough
You've been
one.
talking about DJ Augustine a bit. What kind of price point are we talking?
Vet man.
for DJ.
Yeah,
Vet man?
the DJ's a vet man. He's to me the perfect backup point guard for this team.
I mean, he started for Orlando for most of last season. Do you don't think he commands more than that?
No, he got the job because that's all they had. Like Fultz still is Fultz. I mean,
I got Cole Anthony, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
trade. We've got to trade. Philadelphia finalizing trading Josh Richardson to Dallas.
whoa,
That's big.
that's a big move because he's on a premium deal.
Daryl Morey
They,
is.
they want Maxey. They want Maxey alongside Embiid. I bet you that's what it is.
They just got Danny Green as well, so
Yeah.
that might be a bit of a duplication there.
And then it looks like the Knicks took Arturo. So a little bit of run on the remaining bigs
Raining
here.
bigs, yeah.
Wow. I wonder what's going out. What's Dallas
So
getting?
as far as what can be matching, you've got Maxey, you've got Powell, you've got Hardaway,
Finney Smith.
Finney Smith. If all those guys, Maxey's got to be the guy.
So of the 15 odd players that Gavoni has mentioned that are still on the board, Jay Scrubb is not one of them.
Yeah, he's all over the place on a lot of these guys' boards. Matt Babcock, who stopped on the did a Q&A with Blazers Edge earlier this week, he had Scrubb at 32, I think.
Mhm.
So it's he's definitely one of those guys. It depends on who. I think it really depends on who was in the room during that Team USA camp last year where he really showed out. Because I think people who saw him in that context are definitely a little bit more of a believer than the guys who've just kind of followed his JUCO career.
Sorry, just an update on that Ituro selection. Ituro is now going to the Clippers for a 23 second.
Seth
round.
Curry to the 76ers.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
Wow.
very interesting.
Do the salaries match? What's Seth making?
I think they gave him the MLE last year, if I'm not mistaken, which Richardson's right at like 10.5. So, yeah, it'll be within. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a straight swap.
Makes sense. More shooting.
Yeah, and it's a guy that you can give the ball to and relieve Simmons a little bit. He's not going to run your offense for you, but if you're
Just
going to put the
floor
ball in,
spacing.
yeah, that's a premier floor spacer.
Yeah, it looks like so. Seth Curry's it's a backloaded deal. He makes 7.8 next season, and then it bumps up to a little over 8 for the next 2 seasons.
So they're going to get Curry in 36.
And Curry's now playing for his father-in-law,
Yep.
Mark Simon points out.
Callie Curry is his wife now.
They've just picked up Danny Green. I mean, say what you will about Danny Green, depends on which Danny Green shows up. But with Green and Curry, you've actually got shooting. You've got decent shooting around Simmons. Horford's gone, so yeah.
And
makes sense.
and they got rid of Horford. That's
making that lineup modern.
Maury knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I love autocorrect. Let me tell you. There goes Maladon. I can tell you this, Kirk, who covers the Mavericks for their SB Nation blog, will be very happy He was whining about not having enough to do. It's a good organization too. I know a lot of guys down there. I'll be honest, I'm kind of a little jealous of that. I really like Jay Rich.
Yep.
All right, we're getting to the home stretch.
Almost there. Then 10 picks.
But what happens if we trade back or trade up for the 60th pick, Dan? What are we going to do?
I'm out.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
No.
I'm
staying up to do the extended analysis.
In fact, let's take a quick break right now, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Everybody else there, because this part of the draft is taking a little bit longer, and if I don't go check on my wife, she's gonna kill me. So we'll be right back.
Status, I'm a big dog, vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. 12 ask him better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come out the pants, so we big dog. Heavy patty got me break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to lift off. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, big dog status, I'm a big dog, vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Jakes, fall in line. Yeah. We got sticks like a Columbine. Yeah. Running up the dollar signs. Yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow cans. Yeah. Bring up like the Taliban. Ooh. That's my paper, don't you bother mine. Yeah. Heavy patty on me, break my wrist off. Yeah. Yeah. Lift off. I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, vet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stroke, but we ain't with all that. Yeah.
Today I'ma wake up a new man, driving a new road, develop a new plan. I'll never be blue, man, whatever the view, man. Go to a new beach, get me a new tan. I'ma write down every single thought. Got goals on my wall, I win, I never fall. I've been gone for a minute, yeah, I had to be free. You want it, I got it, so tell me what you need. I'm unchained, unfazed, and unwilling. It's a new day, new world, we all winning. I'm up late, up early, I gotta get it. Keep working, now we gotta make a million. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it. Wake up, I'm on to the next. New day, I gotta do my best. Every day I put the work in, the grind never stop, you ain't never see me rest. see me on top, I never fall. I speak my truth and turn it the law. Do it for the drive, you know it's really my passion. Never gonna stop me, really, I'll make it happen. I gotta get up and grab it. The money want me to have it. What more could I say? I'm top billing. I grew from the dirt, guess I had to make a million. I grew up, I swear I rose from the valley. Every day I put the work in, I gotta keep a tally on beat. Pockets stay heavy, when you see me don't leave. Falling days in the streets, had homies in the struggle. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross man's and stormy shore, seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no champion for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears.
All right. I see a few people that are hanging out here still. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And they're worried about the DMCA stuff with the music that I have. I actually spent a lot of money, and I have rights to every bit of music that I play on here. I actually have the end user licenses, so I appreciate the concern, but it is stuff that I took over. So because not only do I need to be careful, I'm using Blazers Edge's stuff and posting on their site, so I need to make sure that stuff's all taken care of. But I do appreciate it. But yeah, this is all through an end user license agreement stuff. So yeah, no, I spent more money than I probably should have.
So since we were gone, it looks like we had Xavier Tillman was selected and Tyler Bay was selected. I think we might have some more too.
Yes, so Vit Krejcic, 37 to the Wizards, Saban Lee to Utah at 38.
Saban Lee joining 2 Vanderbilt guys going in the draft.
Oh, let's see. Vit Krejci. OKC went out and picked him up from the Wizards. Okay. Here come the picks. Saber Lee to Detroit. I'm just starting to think. Josh Richardson, Luka, Kristaps is a really good team.
I like the trade. I like the trade for both.
For both sides, to be honest. They had the abundance of spacing, so they could afford to do that. So I like that move for both of them. The rare double win. And there's Elijah Hughes.
Elijah Hughes, 39.
Here we go. This is what the second round is supposed to do. I don't know what the hell, why it was taking. We are an hour later than we should be right now. To be completely honest, we should not be here in the draft. The draft should be wrapped right now. The fact that we're not is a little bit frustrating. Mostly my frustration becomes because I told my wife I'd be done by now.
Yep. I did get to say goodnight to my daughter, so that was good.
Nice. Yeah, I went down there and I told her. So even though we're in lockdown, I will order out and get a very nice dinner tomorrow.
I have a burrito from our favorite Mexican place.
Oh, don't say burrito. I've been on freaking keto for 8 weeks, dude.
It's delicious.
I would murder somebody for a burrito right now. Either a carne asada or al pastor, some diced onions and cilantro, some lime juice and some refried beans and some Mexican rice. That sounds very, very good. Yeah, if I get hit with a DMCA complaint, guys, I'm going to be really pissed. I'll have to send in my end user license agreements just so I can tell them all to go to hell. I am still struggling with the last bit of food, though, because I haven't actually eaten dinner yet, so I'm wolfing down. Oh.
Sounds like, do we say Hughes? Hughes. Woj is saying Hughes is headed to Utah. I think we already covered that, though. Maybe we didn't.
So you're saying New Orleans is going to pick up more assets?
Yep.
Jesus. Wow, Woodard. Sacramento. Good move. That's a good pick.
Are the Blazers any chance to drop out of the draft completely, or do you think they'll make a pick at 46?
I think if Scrub's there, I think they make the pick, but I think it is entirely possible that they drop completely out of the draft.
This is hilarious. Givity tweeted the Pelicans have no plans on passing on Elijah Hughes with the 39 pick. Woj, 2 minutes later. Hughes is headed to the Jazz, per source.
Well, Dad's going to correct you there real quick.
Poor Gavoni.
No, poor. I have a whole Gavoni story for off air that we'll have to discuss sometime.
There is no pity.
Yeah, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
I live in Cottage Grove. I got some buddies down in Cottage Grove, down the old I-5.
Yeah. I have a buddy who just bought a house down there.
I bet you it's cheaper than looking for houses around here.
And it's twice the size of my house in Vancouver and probably the same price.
I do post some awesome food pics, Shiloh. That's the one thing, is that I am a hell of a cook, so I do balance out the same 8 things that I can choose from in a lot of different ways.
Wow, good.
There's no drama here, right? Neil is taking Scrub. If he's there, he'll take him. I don't think there's anybody else that they would be interested in taking. X and CD, hello from Ottawa, Canada. Shout out Ottawa. It's actually one of the bigger Canadian cities I haven't been to.
Shout out Senators.
So just looking at the roster now, the Blazers, if you don't include Horde, have 9 players on their roster. So Lillard, McCollum, Covington, Collins, Nurkic, Simons, Trent, Hazonia, Little. So if we add Horde, potentially, for argument's sake, Millsap, and a Crowder or a Saric, that takes us to 13.
I would say Jalen Horde is a pretty safe. Did you include Jalen Horde in that?
No.
Because I would imagine.
Yeah, no, Jalen's going to get picked up.
They're keeping him.
Yeah, and you got Wenyan too, right?
Yep.
Well, no, Wenyan's a free agent, isn't he?
Yeah, but they
have his rights.
They have his rights.
And they'll bring him back?
I'm almost certain they'll keep Wenyan. Yeah, they really like the energy they gave him.
So that'll get them to 15 then, or at least 14.
So it seems like the Blazers cooled off on Ant this last season? No, Shiloh. No, they haven't cooled off on Ant. Expectations changed, but they haven't cooled off on him. If you're a GM and had a pick below the Blazers, why wouldn't you take Scrub and then work a trade with the Blazers since you know they want him? You got to be careful with that kind of stuff in the league, because if you do that just to try to leverage that stuff, they'll just say screw you, and then you get a reputation as a guy that's just trying to screw everybody over. As much as there's quote-unquote bad trades, if you're operating in bad faith as a GM where you're looking to screw people over, they won't take your calls. They won't take you seriously. Like this business is 100% based on relationships, and that's why the best GMs make the most deals. Like Morey's an incredibly likable dude. That's why he makes so many deals. I mean, it's a big part of it. That and he's willing to take risks. You notice a lot of guys who don't make a lot of deals are usually a lot more reserved, a lot more quiet, and they only deal with certain teams. So,
well, and this is what it was a problem that Sam Hinkie ran into near the end of his tenure in Philadelphia, because Hinkie had to win every trade in the public eye, and there at a certain
Pritchard.
point,
Pritchard ran into the same thing. There's that and the idea that some people didn't like the fact that he became a bit of a star, so to speak. But yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff. Ant's like 15. Hey, Ant is. We had him on the show last night. Obviously, the stuff that we showed on NBC today was pre-tape. Ant is. You guys will be pleasantly surprised by the transformation he's gone through physically. He looks like a grown-ass man, finally, as he likes to say, and he's very proud of the facial hair that he has now.
Spurs select Trey Jones at 41. So
God, that's a good pick for them.
Good pick, good system.
And Craig. It's
Well,
too.
no.
I have to make a special delivery for the wife. For those that don't know, that's a little mini fridge next to me right now. So she wanted the whipped cream for the berries and cream. So I'll be right back.
I like how you have the whipped cream right by your desk. Good job.
We're almost there.
Almost there. It's still awfully quiet on my end, but we'll see. See what happens here.
Well, they've got 42. There's 4 chances for someone else to pick Scrub.
So yeah, we got Pelicans, Kings, Bulls, Bucks.
Who was the other team that were
All
interested
right.
in Scrub? Because I do recall hearing that Scrub had multiple suitors.
Did Scrub go?
No, he didn't. But who was the other team linked
Oh,
to
yeah.
him, Dan?
Let me pull my notes up. That's part of the reason why I didn't say it earlier. I couldn't remember who the hell they told me it was.
Nick Richards to the Pelicans.
Yeah, I got that one. Who was it at? Pick round 2. Oh no, it was Memphis. Yeah, and they took Woodard instead, right?
Yep. Or no? Is that who they? Yeah. They
Yeah.
took-
Yeah, that was the other one.
Nick Richards, poor Killian Tilly, still on the board.
Yeah, somebody called him lottery talent, but the injuries hurt him too much. I don't see the lottery talent. The lack of fluidity. Like, I know he can shoot the ball and he can handle the ball, but he just can't move. He's so stiff, and I know it's as a result of the injuries, but even before that, he wasn't that fluid to begin with, you know?
Amos Ramsey to the Kings.
Wow, that was a
Who doesn't
slide.
keep whipped cream by their desk? I don't know, because I've got like 3 more cans in here. That's like that's the beauty of the keto diet. I've got whipped cream, heavy cream, cheese, spinach, and artichoke dip, more cheese, energy drinks. Like, this is just like a keto fridge. Lunch meats, cheeses. This is like this whole little area right here is like a little workstation, and then I've got TV and some couches over here, and so to keep me completely and totally focused when like building this stuff out, I've got my stuff here. But I'm down like 30 pounds, so it's
Dan.
over what, since June. Yeah, something like that. Because I started it and then I dropped it back off just because, wildfires and wedding and all that kind of crap. And then, I mean, you can call keto a joke of diet all you want. I mean, I'm down 30 pounds, dude. So.
You did it. You landed on the moon.
Yeah. Nick Richards is now on his way to Charlotte. So there's been a late trade there.
Yep, Nick Richards.
Kind of the last of the center prospects I had kind of going.
Yeah, I didn't think Richards would get drafted. I'll tell you what, when we had him at Hoop Summit, he was easily the most physically profiled guy there. I mean, that guy looked like he was ready for the NBA at 18, but then again, at 18, he might have actually been a bit older. So, one of those guys that he was a grown man, a man among boys. We're losing you a little bit there, Adrian.
Oh, you got me now?
It appears you're back now. What'd you say?
No, hang on. Is that better?
Yep.
Ever so slightly. It's kind of funny. We made it through this
is
far without any problems, and now that we're getting the close to the pick, we're gonna have connection issues.
Is it odd that Mannion hasn't gone yet?
No. His physical profile graded out really bad. If you put his brain in a true athlete's body, he's a top 10 pick for sure. But he's just undersized with T-Rex arms, and it's a lot to overcome, man, when you're at that size.
Be careful.
Charlotte took Vernon Carey Jr. and Nick Richards.
No idea what they're doing.
What is going on?
And LaMelo Ball. They said, you know what? You know what's going to be out in this decade? Shooting. Don't need that.
Got to be close. So 44 now. So do you think Jalen Horde's deal gets announced pretty quickly?
No, it'll be late. But late in the sense of all the other stuff first.
Yeah.
They'll want to get it done before the Hood deal, I think, because, well, yeah, they'll want to get it done before the Hood deal.
Like
the Bulls are taking Simonovic.
Are they just going to let Portland have Scrub? This is kind of funny.
I know, it's apparently.
Marco's not coming over, right?
Nah, he's a stash.
Yeah.
7-footer or near 7-footer.
Mm-hmm.
Odds on the Bucks take Scrub. Just to
Actually, I think Simonovic plays with. Oh, who's the guy that the Blazers have the rights to now? I think they're both on the Montenegro team.
Jordan Nwora gone to the Bucks. So Jay Scrub is a Portland Trailblazer.
Wow.
Almost certainly.
My dad is texting me upset with how long this live stream is.
Everyone ready?
The moment you've been waiting for.
There we go. Refresh. Hit that F5, baby.
I bet. What do you want to bet? Woj, not Shams, breaks this one.
That would be hilarious if Nico Mannion was the pick here.
Don't say that. It's got I don't know. A little. I phone's been awfully quiet on a front that I thought would be a little louder.
You too, huh?
Yeah. I would not be surprised if they trade out of this.
CJ Ellaby.
Ellaby.
Oh,
Wow.
Another CJ.
Wow.
More CJs. Well, let me get out the notebook. I'm gonna have to go deep on this. Go and stick in Washington State, huh?
What happened to all the Jay Scrub talk? That was a
They must think they can get him on a two-way.
smokescreen.
I'm surprised. Do you think that's the deal? They shut him down for a two-way?
Will they trade down?
Or it was, I mean, you're talking about epic level of smokescreen from Olshey.
This would be the first time we got one. This would be the first time we got it.
No. Just real quick, CJ Ellaby, a player I did not have an extensive profile on. This is a running theme for me.
You do always get one.
Yeah. 18 points per game last season. Attempts 6.8 three-pointers per game. Shot 33% last year. A little bit of a floor spacer. Free throw percentage 82.3. 7.8 rebounds per game. 2 steals per game. But that's an aggressive system they play in at Washington State. Nothing too crazy difference-wise in the per 40 numbers.
Had you heard of him?
I mean, a little bit, but
Wow.
definitely not a guy I had them tabbed with.
Hang on. We've got to play this song.
I don't want those. Hey, careful putting that on there. Then I actually will get hit with a DMCA claim.
Yeah. Stop.
Turn it off. That one will actually get me in trouble.
All right, I got to go do some homework apparently. So 2019-20 preseason Wooden Award winner, all Pac-12 first team last year. I mean, definitely someone I didn't see coming.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's got wonderful hair and he is 6'6".
And his name is CJ.
Yeah.
So, actually, CJ is a guy I think the most notes I have on him is he was at the Seattle Pro-Am one of the days I was there. A couple
Yeah,
of years ago.
he went to Cleveland.
So
I
have seen him more play in that setting than I have at Washington State. So I'm going to be doing some cramming here.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll end with that. That's the Blazers pick. Thank you, everybody. I was half expecting a lot. Well, not half expecting. I was expecting something completely different. For those that are just tuning in, CJ Ellaby is the Blazers pick at 46. 6'6" wing combo guard. Has potential as a floor spacer, but he's definitely not what we expected to see out of this. I don't think this says anything about Jay Scrub, about where he may end up. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw, like Steve said, him on a two-way deal. That would give him a good amount of flexibility.
I think we're watching to see if he gets selected at all.
Yeah. So.
All right, gentlemen. That was a marathon.
That was a marathon. Right now, the stream is actually
good.
at 4 hours, 40 minutes, and 16 seconds. So we're just short of 5 hours. Adrian, thank you. Steve, thank you. Everybody out there, thank you very much for the inaugural live show, the very first one that we've done here at Blazers Edge. Please like, follow, subscribe, depending on what you were watching it on YouTube, follow on Twitch, follow on YouTube, subscribe, like, rate, review, do all that kind of stuff. If you like this, please let me know. We'll hopefully come back and do it again for free agency, and then we'll see what we can do with it once the season starts. Maybe on some once a week kind of situations or big time matchups. We might do a pre or a post game on top of what I've already doing for NBC and the site. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. For Steve, Adrian, go ahead and say goodbye. Plug anything you want to plug.
I'm going to be at work for the next couple hours, so I will have some analysis and see what I can dig up and talk to our friends over at the Washington State site and see if I can gain some insight. So thank you.
And you can get me on Twitter at abernicic, that's ABERNECICH, and on Blazers Edge.
All right, folks. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. We'll have more on free agency, and then we'll have the podcast coming back on Sunday. That is getting back weekly. We'll take a look at the draft, free agency trades, everything else, review, and take a look back at the week that was. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you guys next time. Appreciate it.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train on the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. Blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.